Hello, hello. Welcome and good afternoon, everybody. How are you today? Good morning, Arctic. Or afternoon, Arctic. How are you?
Doing all right. Hope you're feeling better.
Um, I'm here. I can stand up. I can walk. I can talk.
Did you go to urgent care like everyone told you to?
No, no,
Of course not.
no. I didn't. Um, my wife came home. I slept all day. She came home and brought me this amazing new stuff that I'm going to recommend to everyone. I started. I figured something out. I've had these headaches lately, lots of them. Well, I'm going to say this to you, and you can tell me what you think it is. So I drink coffee all day and unsweetened iced tea all day, and then I have some water in there too. Um, and I started realizing, you guys also notice this has gotten worse. I already look like a raccoon, but it's worse. Um, I was horribly, and I mean horribly, not to mention the problem I had made it worse, dehydrated. Um, because I don't drink. I drink water, but I don't drink like just straight water, and I don't drink anything else that would replenish my electrolytes per se. And coffee can dehydrate you, and so can tea if you drink too much of it. Well, when you drink this full of tea and 5 or 6 of these of coffee, guess what happens? So she found this stuff called Gator Light. Um, and it's sugar free too because I don't drink sugar. And I'm telling you what, one bottle of it, it was about that big. I drank that, and it felt like somebody like shoved a spark plug up my ass or something. And I woke up like whoa, what's going on? Swear to God. And I was like, holy shit. And it was like
Well,
immediate.
yeah. I mean, when you drink a lot of caffeine, because you know how I am with my diet Mountain Dew, you'll get dehydrated quick. And now I've not heard of the Gator Light or whatever, but like Liquid IV, I
Yeah.
swear by that shit. That shit's what helped bring my mom back from the brink when she got so dehydrated when she was so sick and everything. So
I'm,
yeah, I can imagine it made a big difference.
I'm not kidding you guys. I thought I was dying. I couldn't move off the couch. I couldn't like talk like clearly. I jumped into uh the verdict thing. Sorry, my brain's still like fried, I think. Anyway, I jumped into the verdict thing and I was typing the best I could. I couldn't see. Um Clearly my vision had blurred. My head was like somebody hit me in the head with a sledgehammer right here and back here. I thought I was going to die. I'm not kidding. I haven't felt like that and I don't know how long. I was horribly. Now, 2 days beforehand I started feeling a little funky. And I, not to gross anybody out, but I had it coming out one end of my body like clear like water nonstop. Okay, it was bad. Um, which in turn will dehydrate you again badly. So that was what was wrong with me, and I thought, this is it. I got some kind of crazy, weird, deathly virus or something because I'd never felt like that. And as soon as I drank that one bottle of that stuff, my wife came home and brought this Pepto Bismol. It's a new kind of Pepto that's supposed to stop problems that you're having. I took one shot of that, and I fell back asleep for like 2 hours because I couldn't stay awake either. That's the other problem. And I sat up. She goes, "You need to drink that stuff." I was drinking water, but it wasn't doing anything. It's just water. You know what I mean? Um, I drank that within a matter of like 20 minutes. It took me to get it down because I was nauseated too. And I took Miss Sherry, oh, Jesus, what she recommended. And I had some lemon and ginger tea bags. I made a cup of that. That stopped the nausea. As soon as I finished drinking that, I'm not kidding. It's like somebody flipped a damn switch on, and I was like, "What's going on? Where have I been?" It was crazy. I've never imagined anything working like that in my life. It's like an IV, literally. So I'm telling you, if you guys ever get to that point, go buy one of those. It was like $4 and some odd cents, she said, but it just a normal size bottle I think it was fruit punch flavored. I'm sure they got other flavors, and it's sugar free for those of you whether you wanted it the other way or not. But yeah, it worked like you wouldn't believe. I am super excited to talk about that because I completely felt different. My headache took a little bit longer to go away, as I guess you have to let it kick in. So, and I woke up this morning with a very slight headache about 4 o'clock. Although I didn't sleep very well last night because I slept all day yesterday. So, either way, I'm happy I'm here. Um, sorry I missed yesterday. I was in a bad way. So that's what happened. But I allowed myself not to. I did have some kind of a 24-hour bug. I'll say that much. But and I can guarantee you, I probably got it from my granddaughter. Um, but that stuff is like amazing, guys. You ever feel that way? Get a bottle of it and do it. And I guess it is like liquid IV or Pedialyte, maybe. I guess I can't drink Pedialyte. It's nasty. It's just nasty, and I can't usually get it down. But man with no arms. Oh, really? Wow. By the way, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Hope you're all having a great one. Or you will. Either way. It's good to be here. Good to have you guys here. And I missed you guys yesterday. They didn't by chance sentence her yesterday too, did they?
They're gonna go back and reconvene in May, from my understanding, but it looks like she's got the possibility of parole for now.
The possibility of parole?
Yeah, life with parole.
God damn it. How? I don't understand that. Well, whatever. At least she got life. By the time she gets out, she'll be what, 60 something, maybe 70. I know I saw every charge. She was found guilty on all charges, right?
Oh yeah, she all 20 counts.
That's what I thought. Okay. I couldn't clearly see it and hear it yesterday. I was trying, but okay, good. All right, so I didn't miss the sentencing side of it. That's good. So they're not going life without parole then. Shit. Well, I guess you got to take one without the other. It is what it is.
I can't imagine that anyone would ever grant her parole, but you know.
Well, like I said, by the time she worded, is it natural life, did they say, or just life?
I honestly, all I saw was life with the possibility of parole, and then they were going to reconvene in May or something. I'm not sure what the actual sentencing was. So
I wonder why they're waiting until May. That's crazy. Oh well. Okay. I know one thing. I was happy when I saw that they found her guilty on all counts. That was impressive, and I was grateful for that. And God bless. Finally, some justice for that baby that deserves it all. Hello, Mama Bear. How are you?
Good. Glad you're alive.
Say that again.
I said, good. Glad to see you alive.
Yeah, so am I. Grateful to see somebody else wants to join me. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I had some kind of a 24-hour stomach thing. Actually, I think it was more than 24 because I had it quietly for like 3 days. And then yesterday it all hit hardcore. And boom, I was dehydrated really bad. Drank some miracle Gatorade stuff, and that was that. But no, I didn't go to ER like everybody told me to. I know I'm a hardhead.
I knew you wouldn't.
Truthfully, it was because I couldn't move. Honest to God. I couldn't even stand up dressed. I couldn't. You should have seen me trying to shower yesterday. Okay. Well, I'll see you later then. Take care. Yeah, trying to shower. Uh-oh. It says they will need to connect their mic camera before. There we go. You all right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, the reason why I didn't go was because I could barely even put my pants on yesterday. It was that bad. So Brady came home and gave me that Gatorlight stuff. I drank that and it was like a miracle. and I was alive again. So I recommend that to anybody and everybody, and maybe not to drink so much coffee.
Yeah, might try and stagger it a little bit.
I'm going to. I went all day yesterday with no coffee. Figure that out. You
How
should have
many
seen me.
packs of cigarettes did you go through instead?
I didn't even smoke yesterday.
Wow.
That's how bad I couldn't even do anything. The only thing I was able to do was run to the bathroom every 5-10 minutes. That's what I could do.
Yeah.
And I was actually crawling up the stairs like a bear. It was bad. Anyway. Yeah, there's something going around. Everybody, I talked to a couple people yesterday evening that said that it's bouncing around here pretty bad. They closed one of our schools down, I think in Butler County, for too many kids being out being sick, and they said it's moving this direction. So I don't know. I should have just stayed upstairs, then I wouldn't have had to do that so often. Thanks, Mikey. I appreciate it. Speaking of, let's see who we got in here this morning. Thank you for joining us too, Mama Bear. Chris, good morning. Albariqua, welcome back. Of course, Arctic up here with me. Mikey's in the house for the last 24. Hello and welcome, Phil. Wonderful to have you back here. Stephen with True Wrecking Crime, the sassy one, Miss Cassie. Thank you for joining us. Miss Kaylee Staniford, hello and welcome. Brian. Welcome back, Brian. Guy says he's doing Pedialyte now. Oh, I hope you feel better if you're not feeling good. Miss Barb, hello and welcome. Wonderful to see you. Matahara, you as well. Wow, I got a bunch of you guys in here. Thank you for joining me. Let's see. Leslie and Billy, welcome. Good to see you back. Great to have you here today. Peggy Bradenbaugh, welcome back to you, dear. Great, wonderful to see you. Oh yay, let's see. The fuckwad, man with no arms. Have a great day and thanks for the view. Excuse my language. I just don't put up with people anymore, and I'm not going to. I think I got Miss Taylor. Hello and welcome back to you. Winnie the Pup. Wonderful to see you. Stormy. Not storming here anymore. We got dumped on with snow again. Bad. I thought we weren't supposed to get it till Sunday. I think I got everybody. If I didn't get you, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm sorry. I know SRB said she'd be popping in and out. Fucking idiots. So sick of idiotic people. Ignorant, idiotic people, I should say. I think that gave me a little oomph. Victoria Burgess, welcome to you. Yeah, it was hard. Oh, I didn't not smoke all day. I had like 2 yesterday. I'm not that good, Phil. I tried. What did we I just saw something dark green go up there. Miss Cassie did it. Hey, thank you so much. Miss Cass gifted 5 memberships. And it looks like Cloudy Outcome, Fettuccine, Coffee Master, Miss Barbara Hall, The Borg. Is that it? Yeah, all of you guys gifted a membership by the generous Miss Sassy Cassie. Thank you so much, Cass, for that. Appreciate it so very much. Very generous of you. And I think I saw something before that. Cassie, I did. 19 months? That ain't right. That is not right because your mom celebrated 20 2 days ago. I know you guys both have more than that. Either way, happy day anniversary. Thank you so much for being part of this community and this family and the team. We appreciate you very much, Cassie. And thank you for being so generous. Gifting those memberships. That's awesome. Welcome to the sauce, all the new meatballs. I appreciate you guys for being here so very much. Yeah, guys, don't mind me if I come off with bad language or whatever. We're adults, we can handle it. I'm so tired of ignorant asshole people, and I'm not putting up with any of it anymore. If people don't like it, they don't have to be here. For those of you that are real people that are always here, you know it's not you. So just tired of ignorance every which way you look. So be it. Um, I think that was it. Did I miss anybody in here? Thank you, Stormy. I do. No Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day for everybody. If you didn't hear it anywhere, you'll hear it here. Happy Valentine's Day. And I hope you have a great one. Even if it's just by yourself, do something special for yourself. Where are you heading, Leslie? Arctic, have you ever heard of Nancy Ang?
I've heard the name before. I've not covered that case, but I've heard the name before.
Okay. That's the first one we're looking at. We might do a couple today. That's the first one we're looking into today. Her name is Nancy Ang. NG is how you spell her last name. It's a pretty interestingly weird one. And we may look at a couple others too, depending on how long Nancy's is. Welcome, Molly. Good morning to you. Vegas. Oh, well, that is awesome. Congrats and good luck. I hope you do well. Very well. Let me see here. Show. What is going on here? I'll just go here. Okay. First thing I want to do though, before anything. Okay. Let's see. Where did it go? Almost forgot how to use a computer, guys. It's only been one day. Okay. First and foremost, I want to put this up and out if I can. And I don't know anything more. I don't know if there's any changes in this since I got this. We have out of Cleveland, missing child, Omar Pettis. 4 foot, 4 foot even, 60 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. Says race is black, 9 years old. Last seen in the 14,300 block of Lakeshore Boulevard. I know exactly where that is. If seen, please call the police department, police emergency number 911 or 216-621-1234. That's the 5th District Station. You can contact at 216-623-5500 or Detective Durbin. Imagine that. Detective Durbin. 216-623-2579. This is the guy that I spoke to, you guys, that told me that I shouldn't get so worked up over these kids that are runaways. So just keep that in mind.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why as soon as I seen his name, I went, okay. It looks like Omar has been missing since October 1st of 2024. Now, I don't know if this has changed or not, but I doubt it if it's been that long at this point. So, and I'm sure I'm not even going to bother with that anyway. Here's his face, guys. If you do know anything whatsoever, Omar, if you see this, this is you. Please reach out. Anybody else that would know, please contact Cleveland Police Department, 5th District Detective Bureau. Again, 216-623-2579. Every time I see that guy's name, it pisses me off. Sorry, guys. I don't know if you guys all know that story, but I contacted them about a year and a half ago, and I asked them about what was going on in Cleveland. We had over 40 kids go missing within a week and a half period of time. And he talked to me for a few minutes and then said, "Well, sir, I respect and appreciate your enthusiasm, but don't get yourself all worked up because most of these kids are runaway."
Well, the fact that this boy's been missing since October and this piece of shit's in charge of the case, and the fact that he probably thinks that this is just another runaway tells me exactly why this boy is still missing and hasn't been found since October.
This is why Cleveland has so many missing kids within the Cleveland area. I even spoke to Metro Police, the chief. He said the same thing. The fuck? It's that drove me nuts after I heard that. Hey, Brandy, good to see you, dear. So anyway, it is what it is. Matahari with the prayers. What are all these for? Who are you praying for, Matahari? Something in specific? You are absolutely welcome, Miss Peggy. Are you still sick, Kaylee? I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon, dear. And again, good luck, Leslie and Billy. Great to see you, Chris. Welcome, everyone. Again, please hit the like button on the way through the door if you would. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing if they want to join us. All right. Also, we got a lot of these coming out of Cleveland now. Who put these in here? Mom did. Okay. Thank you, Mom. I know you're not in here yet, but still. Next up, we have, excuse me, Artivia Williams. Again, this is Cleveland Division of Police puts these out like this. Artivia is 5'5", 140 pounds, black eyes, brown hair, race black. I didn't know they did that, but okay. 46 years old. Last seen in the 14,300 block of Lakeshore Boulevard. Same place. If seen, please call police emergency 911 216-621-1234. Again, Detective Durbin. I wonder if these are linked. 10 missing since October 1st of 24. Is that the same date that the little boy was missing from?
I know he was in October. I don't know if it was the first or not.
Let me look at something real quick, you guys. It is. Wow. Wait a minute. I think all three of these are probably linked together then, because next up we have Samaria Lucas. And if they're not linked, that's an awful wild coincidence. Samaria Lucas, missing 5'3", 165 pounds, black hair, brown eyes, race black, age 20, last seen in the 14,300 block of Lakeshore Boulevard, missing since October 1st of 24. Same phone numbers, 216-623-2579, Detective Durbin again, or Kyle 911. The three of these must be together then. And that's wild. Huh. If anybody knows anything or you are this person, please reach out to these numbers and let somebody know what's going on. Again, if you're not them and if you know anything, please contact Detective Durbin at 216-623-2579, or you can contact the non-emergency number at 216-621-1234, and that is Cleveland Metro Police. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you. That's wild. And thank you, Mom, for putting these up. I have to look into that. There's Mom right there. Morning. Thank you for putting these in. Now I can actually thank you. And there is your link, Mom. Mom, do you know if those three are linked that you put in here? I mean, they seem like they would be, but I just want to double check. That's a weird coincidence. If not, it seems like they would be. Um, oh, I didn't read the whole thing. Okay. So, Cleveland Police Department seeking the public's assistance in locating a missing family of 3. Okay, they are linked. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't read the whole thing. In Cleveland, Ohio, according to Cleveland Police Department, 9-year-old Omar Pettis, 20-year-old Samaria Lucas, and 46-year-old Artivia Williams are missing. The family lived at 14,308 Lakeshore Boulevard in Cleveland, and the mother, daughter, and son have not been seen or heard from in several months. The family was last seen sometime in September or October of 24. Family members reported the trio missing on Wednesday, October 12th of 25. Whoa. Wow. Okay, and are concerned for their welfare. How did they wait so long? Omar is 4 foot, weighs 60 pounds. Samaria is 5'3", weighs 165, and Artivia is 5'5" with brown eyes and black hair. If you have any information regarding their whereabouts, please contact Cleveland Police. Well, that's going to be a case that I look into. I'm sorry I didn't read the above thing. I just saw the posters and thought that those were put up there. So let me write this down. Thank you, Mom. I just don't understand why anybody waited. They were last seen sometime in September or October of 24 and waited till February 2 days ago to report them missing. What is up with that? What's up with people waiting a year to report people missing? That's crazy.
That's insanity. I mean, that's not quite as bad, but it's still on the same level of the little boy out of Muncie that's been missing for
Hayden.
4 or
Yeah,
5 years and just got reported missing in 2024. So
agreed. I just don't understand why people are waiting. This is a whole family. Nobody noticed that they weren't around, weren't in school. Jesus.
well, look at Madalena Kojakari and how long it took for her to get reported missing, and she still wouldn't be reported missing had it not been for the truancy officer showing up at the house.
That's true. Very true. This is nuts. Very crazy. Yeah, I'm going to be looking into that one. That's close to home, too. Literally like 45 minutes from me.
Exactly, Mom. No Amber Alert.
Of course not. Well, I wonder. Now, I got a question for you two. Like I said, Mom, if you want to join us, there's a link for you. I know you might have just woken up or whatever, but whenever you're ready, if you want to. If a family goes missing together at the same time, will they drop an Amber Alert for the child and just put missing for the other two if they're grown adults, or do they keep it as a whole? How does that work?
Generally speaking, from what I have seen, is if it's two non-custodial adults that are missing and a child, they'll drop an Amber Alert for the child.
Okay.
Generally speaking, but if it's not a custody dispute situation or something like that, I don't know how they would approach that.
Okay. Well, I don't trust a detective on this case, as you all know. I just told you, Detective Durbin's the one that told me not to get worked up when kids run away. And he's the one I asked him if he was out of his mind and if he understood that a runaway can turn into an abduction within seconds. Well, of course we know. Of course we see it all the time, sir, but I just don't want you to get all worked up and upset over this. Okay. Maybe if you did, maybe more of these kids would be found. Sorry, sir. It's a good question. I don't know. Welcome, Lisa Joe. Good to see you. It's been a while. Virginia, good to see you as well. I know. I'm gonna look into this one, you guys, a little deeper and see if we can figure anything out with this too. Has there been any updates, Arctic, on the pregnant girl?
They extended the Amber Alert into Missouri. So now there's an Amber Alert in her state, in Arkansas, and in Missouri for her.
Jesus. So she's possibly left Arkansas and now in Missouri.
No, they think he's traveling through Missouri on his way to Arkansas, which I don't understand because he's had plenty of time to get to Arkansas if that was his ultimate goal. So
right. That's weird. For those of you that aren't familiar with who I'm talking about, real quick, just another once over. Um, Miss Sophia Franklin has been missing for a while now out of Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. She was last seen February 2nd of 2025. She's 16 years old, 5'9", weighs 186 pounds, and she is 3 months pregnant. Well, maybe a little more now. She was last seen at her residence at 9 p.m. on February 2nd of 25. She is believed to be with Gary F. Day, who is 41 years old. He was last seen at her residence on 2/3/25 at 7:48 a.m. There is a no contact order for Gary and Sophia. Sophia is 3 months pregnant, and it is believed to be Gary Day's child. He's driving his mother's black 2014 Buick LaCrosse, which now has last known a Pennsylvania license plate instead of the Arkansas plate that says KGW 5186. If anybody does know anything about these two, or if you happen to see this, Sophia, please reach out. Contact Beaver Dam PD by dialing 911 and let them know. Also, with that, this is the piece of work. 1 second here. Hold on, guys. Sorry. What is going on with this?
Also, just keep in mind it may not even have the Pennsylvania tag on it any longer because he's been changing tags so often. So
That is a huge possibility too. Why is this going up like this? Hold on, everybody. I don't understand this. There we go. This is the piece of work that she's was last seen with that is believed to be the father of the child she's carrying. Again, his name is Gary Day, white male, 5'7", 165, blonde hair, balding, green eyes. Is driving this car, which is believed to be his mother's, and had that last plate on there, GW 186. Also did have at one point the Arkansas license plate of BBR 20L. I don't know that he changed it back to that. He could be running a Missouri plate now. Who knows? I don't know. But that's what he looks like. If you see either one of these two together or separately, please contact the Beaver Dam Police Department at 1-888-304-3936. This one bugs the hell out of me because he should be in jail. Are you back?
100%. The law enforcement are directly responsible for her being missing in my book.
Tell that story real quick, Arctic, for those that didn't hear this one before, about how he was in jail and how all that went down.
So he had kidnapped her once before, took her from Wisconsin to Arkansas, got her knocked up. His probation officer shows up at the house, knocks at the door. He looks all nervous and shit. While the probation officer's there, probation officer sees this young lady running out of the house. Well, it's her. And so she gets transported back anyway. The reason why he's not in jail is because it's illegal, or at that time, it's legal in Arkansas for her because she's 16 years old to give consent. However, in Wisconsin, age of consent is 18. So they let him slide without going to jail because he hadn't committed any crime in their eyes. However, transporting her across state lines would be considered a crime in my book. And anyway, that's, lo and behold, 2 months, 4 months later, whatever, he gets abducted again. He was seen a block away from the house, staking the house out before he snatched her up. So,
Chris asked, "Isn't this loser on the RSO list?" I think that's why he was on probation, isn't it?
He's on probation. Well, he was originally on probation because he broke his son's leg. Claimed that he was giving him a bath in the bathroom sink, and his toe got stuck in the drain, and his leg got broke.
He was abusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he had abuse charges against his own child or children. Yeah, he's just a piece of shit all the way around, Chris. So yeah. Um, this guy needs caught and he needs locked down and stayed locked down. I hope I hope the law enforcement realizes the mistake they made when they catch this guy, what they need to do with him. So that's again just my opinion. So no. Welcome, Matahari. If I didn't say that already, I don't remember saying it. Tomboy, everybody. Anybody else that's jumped in, thank you so much. For those of you that aren't in the chat, that are Miss Dakota, hello and good morning. Happy Friday to you. Yeah, definite tool bag, Mikey. No lie. This is definitely not a man. This guy couldn't handle it if he was. You know what I mean? Any real man would put this guy in a corner by himself. So he's got to use that to try to empower himself with children, obviously, is what I'm trying to say. So, anyway. Again, guys, as you're coming in, please hit the like button, share it out if you would. I appreciate it very much. Thank you again, Arctic, for joining me. Mama Bear, you as well. Has anybody seen Doodle this morning? Is she all right? Did she do
I
her thing?
haven't. I know that she was talking to barista this morning, but I haven't talked to her myself this morning. I was surprised she didn't do a live show this morning.
That's what I was wondering. Just she didn't run this morning? Okay. I hope she's all right. I know she was sick had that cold going on. I hope she's all right. Memories from life. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, agreed, Chris. Definitely. Mark and Betty, cheers and good evening to you, my friend. Wonderful to see you. She was in Discord. Okay. Hey, Molly. My memory spans 3 minutes at this point. If you said it earlier, I won't remember either. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I get it. I'm the same way.
Virginia,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I'm wondering if he has switched vehicles at this point because we know he switched tags once. And if everyone's out there looking for that Buick LaCrosse and he's switched vehicles, then that would explain why he hadn't been located.
Yeah. I'd like to know how or where he did it because that's his mommy's vehicle. The loser's not, able to get his own shit together, but it's very possible he did. He doesn't really have much to lose at this point. He knows that he's going to jail when he does get caught. He probably could have stole a vehicle, for all we know. You know what I mean? I wouldn't put it past him. I'll just put it that way. Wonderful to see you, Barb. I hope you're doing well today. All right. Are you back, Mama Bear? Her family put out a statement.
Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah. I was just waiting for you to come back before I started.
Thank you.
This is that you done having the dog take you for a walk?
Yes, and that one he definitely did. Whew.
I know that's got to be a workout for you. I don't know if it will help, but there was another photo of her. Yeah, I did put that one up, I think, Mom. The one where her mother put a statement up, shows her with the glasses
Yeah,
on.
yeah. We looked at the one with her and the glasses.
Yeah. I mean it's kind of helpful. Thank you, Mom. Very much. Let me check, make sure I don't have any other. I don't see anything new with her either. Okay. Oh, no. You're okay. You don't need to apologize. Ever, ma'am. You know better than that. Oh, I feel refreshed. It's great to be back here. God, yesterday was rough. Really rough. It's weird to go from feeling like you're dying to being like 100% different. So crazy. All right, guys, let me open this up and start off with Nancy Ang. Nancy Ang. Her last name is spelled NG. For those of you that may not be familiar or may be familiar, went missing in a weird circumstance. The whole scenario with this one is strange, just truly strange. Let me find the best one. We'll start off with. I got a few. There's not much either, but I got some stuff. I appreciate that, Mom. I swear to God, you guys. I swear that we're getting sick through the computer somehow. I'm just saying.
Well,
Passing
that's
it on
what I
to
said yesterday. It's like the germs are crawling through our speaker port holes or something.
microphones, right?
Yeah, I'm like, ugh.
Crazy. All right, one of these is uploading right now. I'm sorry. Bear with me because I had to upload a new one to get all of this working together. So, what the deal is with this, I'll just give you a real quick start off with this, and I'll show you everything. Is that she went on a yoga trip. She had been on before, a year before, I think, to Guatemala. And it's some kind of a finding yourself type thing through a yoga group of people. There's a bunch of people. They all went out of California, I believe, and they went, and then they were part of the trip. Part of the thing that they do is a kayaking thing. Well, they all go out on this kayak trip, and then they all come back, and they're all acting very weird and crazy when they come back, and they're missing one, Nancy. And they were all supposed to be there for a period of time, and everybody just hurried up and grabbed their shit, and off they went. 8 hours. They were supposed to be there for days, and they left 8 hours after they come back from this kayaking trip. Everybody that went out kayaking that day, nobody spoke. It's just very strange circumstances. So that's why I thought this needed to be looked at a little bit closer. As soon as this one, okay, that one downloaded. I got two that I was trying to upload while we were talking here that were updated. What the hell? The guy that got ate by a whale? What is it, Moby Dick? Good God. Since when do whales eat people? Never heard of that one, Mom. That's Mama Bear saying hi. She's me too. Oh, dude. We carry wipes with us. Like the disinfectant wipes. My wife carries them when we go to the grocery store and wipe the handles off every time we go in there. Ever since the sea happened. Yes, the whale spit him back out. There's Doodle. You all right, dear? Kathy Tolan, hello. Yeah, I've never heard of that, Mom. We'll have to look that up just out of curiosity. Good to see you, Doodle. All right. Let's see here. Maybe I'll start with this one. It'll let me, and then we'll jump into the news feeds. That's why I said we might do a couple of these today. Oh, well, I wish I'd have been there. I couldn't even stand up straight, Mom. Sounds like fun, though. I always miss out on the good ones. Always. Jesus, Brian, where do you find this shit at?
Brian has a lot of time on his hands to research things, so I'm not surprised.
I guess. Lord. Was telling Mom last night, soccer made my day when my tenant came unannounced into my kitchen with a hug. Her first words were, "I'm so sorry." I replied, "I'm so, so grateful."
The one that was in the
Oh,
fire.
so she's okay then. That's good to hear. Good. Wonderful to hear. Thank you, Phil. And I hope everything's working out on your end of things too. As far as, I know that was your home and all that stuff. I hope everything's working out for you.
That's amazing that she survived that and is able to walk into your house unannounced
Mm-hmm.
like that. And it was just what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
She got very lucky. She got very, very lucky. jumped out a second story floor window. Anything could have happened. Like,
Yeah.
so God bless her.
Oh,
Seriously,
yeah.
somebody was watching over her for that. I mean, I'm sorry you lost your home, Phil. That's horrific, but that she's okay means everything. You know what I mean? You can rebuild a house. You can't rebuild a person. I mean, you can, but we don't
Yeah.
need any robots around here. So it was a sperm whale, totally swallowed in by. Wait a minute. I heard the story about the whale eating that guy. It was a sperm whale. Totally swallowed him by accident and spit him out. Is this real? Or are you guys yanking my chain, or am I waiting for Arctic to come behind this with some kind of a comment?
I ain't touching that one.
I was waiting because the sperm whale added to this made it completely different to me. Thank you, Matahari. I'm not touching that one. Yes, it's real. Good God. We're going to look that up here after I get through this stuff. Okay. Let's move on with
Named
Nancy.
Pedo.
I knew that was coming too. It is a video. I'll look, Kathy, for real. We will check it out. She was
Intubated.
holy shit. It was
Ventilator.
that bad.
6 days. Walked in with a
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Now let me tell you guys a secret here. A lot of times when people end up being intubated and put on a ventilator, a lot of times they don't come back from that, you guys. That's fact. A lot of people that
Yeah,
end up,
it's true.
it is. If you look the statistics up, it's bad. A lot of people that were intubated and were vented for the big C, they didn't make
Mhm.
it. Okay. So that in itself is a miracle to me, Phil. And God bless. The cigarette
Yeah.
thing is a little like, whoa. But I mean, I had smoke inhalation twice. Not to the point that I had to be hospitalized, but it was bad. And it ain't no joke. It will tear you up and it scars you. And it gave me asthma. So
Mr. Ballin did a segment on it. He does a segment on everything.
on what, the whale?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll definitely check the whale out. Anyway, either way, God bless your tenant. That's just amazing to me right there. The fact that you ended up on a ventilator and you made it back off that's just in itself a miracle. So intubation ain't no joke either, Virginia. Not at all. It's crazy. Wow. All right, guys, let's check out Nancy Ang. Listen to that story. And like I said, I got a couple different variations of stuff that I put together for this. Hopefully it all comes together. Let's see. Excuse the language with this, the voicing, I mean.
Lake Atitlan, Guatemala. This is Lake Atitlan, Guatemala, a volcanic marvel known for its breathtaking
Can you guys hear it okay?
spiritual serenity.
It's a little low, but
This
I mean, it is what it is.
became the backdrop for a tragedy that would leave a
I have it turned all the way up. I think it's just low recording. Sorry.
Okay.
I can understand. I get it, Phil.
family shattered and a community searching for answers. Nancy Inc., a vibrant 29-year-old teacher's aide from Monterey Park, California, embarked on a solo trip to Guatemala seeking a haven of relaxation and rejuvenation. A passionate yogi with a thirst for adventure, Nancy was drawn to the growing trend of yoga retreats, promising a chance to disconnect from the daily grind and reconnect with her inner self. For 4 years, yoga had been her sanctuary, a place to find peace and inner strength. This passion led her to book a second trip to Guatemala for a yoga retreat called Be the Change. Having participated in the retreat the previous year, Nancy was excited to return. She eagerly shared her enthusiasm with her sister, Nikki Inc. Nancy's the first thing I think about in the morning, Nikki confided. The last thing I think about before bed. Nancy's positive energy was infectious, and Nikki admired her outgoing spirit. This retreat was a chance for Nancy to unwind and reconnect with herself amidst the breathtaking beauty of Guatemala. On October 14th, 2023, she arrived in Guatemala, letting her family know she'd landed safely and would be putting her phone on airplane mode to fully immerse herself in the experience. The Be the Change retreat was idyllic. Nestled against a backdrop of volcanic peaks, the retreat promised a transformative experience through yoga sessions, meditation, and cultural immersion. The group, consisting of 12 attendees, quickly bonded over their shared love for yoga and exploration. Nancy, with her infectious smile and easygoing nature, quickly formed a connection with some of the other participants. One such participant was Christina Blazek. While details about Christina remained somewhat limited, she shared Nancy's passion for yoga and the serenity of the retreat. Little did anyone know, their paths would converge in a way that would forever alter their lives. LA yoga instructor Eduardo Ramada, who organized the trip, planned various activities throughout the retreat. One such activity was scheduled for the last full day. It was a kayaking trip on the vast and often unpredictable waters of Lake Atitlan. The excitement was palpable as the group prepared for the kayaking trip. However, a dark cloud loomed over the upcoming adventure, a detail that would come to light later. According to some participants, the kayak company, Kayak Guatemala, did not offer life jackets or provide any safety instructions. This claim contradicted what the company owners, Lee and Elaine Beale, would later tell the media. On October 19, 2023, the group arrived at the shores of Lake Atitlan, eager to explore its vastness. The morning sun cast a warm glow on the water, creating a picture-perfect scene. The group rented kayaks and paddleboards, their chatter filled with anticipation. As they paddled out, the tranquility of the lake was mesmerizing. Nancy, a confident swimmer, seemed at ease navigating her kayak. The breathtaking scenery captivated the group, and for a while, all worries seemed to melt away. While the prospect of gliding across the crystal clear surface undoubtedly held an element of allure, Nancy's family later revealed they were deeply troubled by the lack of life jackets provided by the retreat organizers. Their concerns, unfortunately, would become a haunting foreshadowing of events to come. An hour into the kayaking trip, the idyllic scene began to shift. According to a participant who remained anonymous, the group reached a point where the water's color deepened dramatically, turning a dark, ominous black. This unsettling change, coupled with the increasing wind and choppy waves, caused some unease within the group. The anonymous participant admitted feeling hesitant to venture further and voiced their concern about the lack of life jackets. However, their concerns seemed to fall on deaf ears. The kayak company employees, they claimed, showed no alarm and offered no additional instructions. Meanwhile, Nancy paddled further out, seemingly captivated by the view. This would be the last time the participant would see her friend alive. Among the participants was Christina Blazek. As the wind picked up and the water became rougher, Blazek decided to head back towards shore. During her return journey, she crossed paths with Nancy in the middle of the lake, near the area where the water took on its dark hue. According to Blazek's attorney, Christopher Gardner, the two women chatted briefly. Blazek, concerned about the worsening conditions, reportedly warned Nancy against going for a swim. However, Nancy disregarded the warning and jumped into the water without a life jacket. Blazek claims she watched as Nancy slipped out of her kayak and into the lake, seemingly unfazed by the depth or the potential dangers lurking beneath the surface. But then, in a moment that defied explanation, Blazek recounted a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. She claims Nancy, a skilled swimmer, suddenly vanished beneath the water's surface. Blazek described frantically searching the area, calling out Nancy's name, but there was no response, no sign of a struggle, just an unsettling silence that hung heavy in the air. It was later stated that the group advanced approximately 2 kilometers deeper into the lake, where Nancy decided to swim, and that is when she disappeared. However, Ink's family refuses to believe that simple explanation, mostly because of the delayed response from the group. It took more than 24 hours for her disappearance to be reported, with others still not telling what they know. When Blazek reached the shore, panic erupted within the retreat group. Witnesses reported seeing Blazek visibly shaken and upset. She was reportedly escorted by others from the retreat to help her calm down. The most unsettling detail, however, was the retreat group's swift departure from Guatemala. Within 8 to 12 hours of Nancy's disappearance, the entire group had left the country. This hasty exit raised suspicion, particularly for the Ink family who were desperately searching for answers. The hotel manager only reported Nancy's disappearance to local.
See, that's the thing that bugs me too, is they were supposed to stay there for 2 to 3 days after this, I believe. This happens, and they're gone within 12 hours of her going missing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's everybody, guys, not that blonde girl. That's the one that I'm most suspicious of. But the whole group that went out with her on that kayak trip all left at the same time. They all kind of acted funky. She acted the worst. That's got me thinking something that ain't cool. Okay, just saying.
Authorities on October 20th, after initial attempts by staff to find Ink were unsuccessful. This delay in raising the alarm is baffling and raises serious questions about the group's actions and possible knowledge of what transpired. Back in California, Nikki Ink, Nancy's sister, received a call that would shatter her world. Learning of her sister's disappearance sparked a frantic search for answers. The Ink family immediately hired a search and rescue company to scour the vast lake for any sign of Nancy. However, their efforts were hampered by the lack of information from the retreat group, particularly from Blazek and retreat organizer Rimada. The family's frustration mounted when they learned that Blazek had not stayed behind to assist with the search, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location where Nancy might have gone missing.
And see, that tells me something else too, because that girl was her friend. They were good friends, and instead of going, that to me that feels like that there's a fatal situation here. If you're not going to stick around to help find your friend, either you were involved or there's no reason to do it, in my opinion. Then you need to speak about that. Explain what you know, but she wouldn't talk to nobody. Guatemalan authorities said that she cooperated, as did everybody supposedly. But there's also a rumor going around that they may have paid off, because third world police departments are a little different than they are here. They'll, pretty much do what they want to do. And there's a rumor that I had read about in one article about this, that the group may have paid off the Guatemalan police to allow them to leave early. Truth or not, I don't know. But it is definitely a suspicious situation, the whole thing. Why didn't Blazek stay back to try to help find her friend? Unless she knew that there was no point in doing that. That's what I'm saying. So, I don't know. It's weird. Very weird.
A desperate search effort unfolded on Lake Atitlan in the days following Nancy's disappearance. Local authorities, aided by search and rescue teams and possibly even volunteers from the retreat center, scoured the vast expanse of water. Boats crisscrossed the lake, their sonar equipment scanning the depths for any sign of Nancy. Divers plunged into the cool, murky water.
Good point, Virginia. That's what I tried to figure out. Believe it or not, there's quite a few rumors. One of the ones that I really stayed away from was that this was a hate crime, that they all conspired to take her down because she was Asian. I don't believe that. Okay. Because of the way they all left together. She was the only one that was Asian in the group, and I'm thinking that's new for me, but okay. Also, there was another one that the friend knew something, and that she purposely went missing, on purpose, and the friend knew about it, therefore she wouldn't talk about it. There was 4 or 5 different theories that I read. I don't know how true any of them are, obviously, or we would probably know or have an answer to this. Or like Mom said, you don't look for something that's not missing. Mom has said
True.
that,
I wish I could remember the name because there was a case that was very similar to Nancy's that took place like almost a decade ago, and she was missing for quite some time. She eventually came back of her own accord, and she was fine. She had just needed a respite from everything and everyone, and I
yeah,
can't
and then
remember what her name was.
truly, one of the first things. Now think about this for a minute. Why this would come up unless there was a reason to think this. Nancy's family thought that she may have just stayed in Guatemala initially, which is why she didn't come back before they were actually told that she went missing. So they thought it's a possibility that she would want to relocate there. I guess this was a conversation that had been had once before. So that's something else you got to wonder. Did she do this on purpose? And that's that. You know what I mean? So there's a few different theories as to what happened. It's still very strange, though, how the rest of the group that was there with her all just decided we're done. We got 3 days left, but we're going to go back right now. That tells me something is a little off. It was a whole thing that I guess she was there with the group of, I don't know if it was the same group of people, but the year before they had gone to this retreat. The one girl, Blazek, for sure was with her. And I think they said one other person in the one article I read, but I don't know if this was a regular thing. But why would the entire group, including her friend, decide to, because she went missing, to end their trip that they still had 3 days left on and go back to the States for it? I don't know. It's a little weird to me. It's definitely a little weird. Yes, ma'am. I call bullshit with you. I'm just saying. So I don't know. Good question, though, Virginia.
Their visibility hampered by the lake's natural sediment. The serene beauty of Lake Atitlan, once a place of tranquility, was now a scene of frantic activity and mounting despair. The search proved to be a monumental challenge. Lake Atitlan, formed by a volcanic crater, is known for its incredible depth and unpredictable currents. Hopes dwindled with each passing day as the search yielded no results. The vastness of the lake and the limitations of search technology made the task increasingly different. Days bled into weeks, with no sign of Nancy being recovered. In the absence of concrete evidence, whispers and theories began to swirl. Blazek, being the last person seen with Nancy, became a focal point of suspicion. Online forums and social media platforms buzzed with speculation.
Now, one thing that I will say, which I think, because we don't know for a fact that the Blazek girl had anything to do with this, but Nancy's family got so irritated, they went and doxed her, the Blazek woman, and put her name and all her information out online to the whole world, which I don't think was probably the right way to do this, but they did because she wouldn't talk to anybody after the fact. Okay. And I think at that point, I believe they might tell it in here that she started getting death threats from people all over the place, all over the world, things like that. So that's not the answer. That's not how you do this. Unless you know for a fact that this person was involved, you shouldn't do something like that. You know what I mean?
Some questioned the plausibility of Blazek's story, pointing out the suddenness of Nancy's disappearance and the lack of struggle. Others, fueled by a desire for answers, went even further, venturing into the realm of foul play. Was Nancy's disappearance an accident, a tragic twist of fate, or something more sinister? The Inc. family's frustration with Blazek's silence grew with each passing day. Nikki Inc. expressed her bewilderment. What do you mean she disappeared? What happened? Did the other students see anything? Nancy can swim. How did this happen? Their unanswered questions fueled suspicion. Why did Blazek leave Guatemala so quickly without assisting in the search efforts? Why hadn't she spoken to the authorities before departing? These questions gnawed at the Inc. family, making it difficult to believe Blazek's story entirely. To give you a clear picture, Here's a timeline of the events leading up to Nancy's disappearance and the aftermath. October 14th. Nancy arrives in Guatemala for the yoga retreat. October 19th. Morning. The group sets out for a kayaking excursion on Lake Atitlan. Mid-morning. Concerns arise over the lack of safety instructions and life jackets. Late morning. Blazek encounters Nancy in the middle of the lake and warns her against swimming. Nancy ignores the warning and enters the water. Shortly after, Nancy disappears underwater. Blazek rushes back to shore to alert the group. Later that day, the retreat group leaves Guatemala within a short time frame. October 20th. The Inc. family receives the devastating news of Nancy's disappearance. The first air search for Nancy is conducted. October 21st. The Inc.
And see, that's another question I have. Arctic, I don't think Mama Bear's here right now, but in any of the rest of you, I know, like I explained earlier, third world countries are different as far as police goes and things like that. But wouldn't you think that with a person that goes missing within a group of people this way, they would want them to stay so
You
that they
would
could
think.
investigate them, you know? Which is
Well, you would think, but we're talking about a country where corruption runs high.
Mhm.
And I would anticipate that corruption is especially rampant within their law enforcement.
which is
So,
where yeah, and that's where that rumor come out that the group may have paid the police to allow them to leave early. I don't know if that's true or not, but it does make it seem interesting. Thank you, Matahari. I will check that out as soon as we get that chance. Thank you again. So yeah, that was kind of weird to me that that same day, later that same day, they left the country. They were slated to be there for at least 2 more days. I think it was a 7-day trip. So they got there on the 14th. They were supposed to be there till the 21st, I think. So they had 2 days left. They left. That was it. So I don't know. It's just a very weird situation.
family attempts to contact Blazek but receives no response. October 25th. Still without a response from Blazek, the Inc. family reaches out again. October 31st. Growing desperate, the Inc. family attempts to contact Blazek a second time, pleading for any information she might have. November 13th. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation from Blazek, the search and recovery company leading the search releases a press release naming Blazek and Ramada as persons of interest in the case. Nearly a month after Nancy's disappearance, Blazek's attorney, Christopher Gardner, finally addressed the media. He vehemently denied any wrongdoing on his client's behalf. Gardner maintained that Blazek had cooperated with Guatemalan authorities and provided them with a statement about the events leading up to Nancy's disappearance.
Then why didn't this woman contact or take or return the phone calls of Ing's family and say, "Hey, this is what happened"? Whether it was she drowned or whatever, just why didn't you do that if you didn't do anything wrong? Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, if it was me and I was there and I saw this happen, say she tried to swim and the current grabbed her, she drowned, they couldn't get to her, it happened. It was an accident. Why wouldn't you just say that to her family instead of avoiding them and not talking to them at all? That way they would have some closure to it if you're a friend of hers. And that other Ramada gentleman that was there with her, that's what I would do. And that makes sense. And that would eliminate all this other bullshit. But she didn't do this. That's what makes her look suspicious to me. And I can see why they'd be pissed because I'd be pissed too. That would want answers, guys. That doesn't make sense to me, though, at all. Nope, I don't want to talk about it. It was an accident. You cooperate with authorities in Guatemala, but you're not cooperating with the family. Come on, something's wrong.
Disappearance. He further stated that Blazek was traumatized by the incident and left Guatemala early due to civil unrest in the country. Gardner also dismissed the accusations of a bribe being paid to silence Blazek, calling them nonsense. However, the Inc. family remained unconvinced. Nikki Inc. revealed they had obtained a complete copy of the case file from Guatemalan authorities through an attorney they hired in Guatemala. Shockingly, the file contained no record of Blazek's statement contradicting Gardner's claims. This discrepancy fueled doubts further. The Inc. family questioned why Blazek wouldn't speak to them directly, especially considering the desperate search for their sister. Nikki Inc. lamented, "The only way we can get answers is through public pressure." Meanwhile, the search for Nancy continued, albeit with limited success. Chris Sharp, who led the search efforts on behalf of Black Wolf Helicopters, a search and recovery company, expressed his frustration with the lack of cooperation from Blazek and other retreat participants. He argued that even basic details about the location of Nancy's disappearance could have significantly narrowed the search area. Sharp pointed out that Lake Atitlan was vast, and without a more precise starting point, the search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In a bid to garner more information, Sharp released a controversial press release naming Blazek and Ramada as persons of interest. This move was met with mixed reactions. Some saw it as a necessary step to pressure them into cooperating with the investigation. Others criticized it as a potentially damaging public shaming tactic. Sharp defended his actions, stating it was an appeal for witnesses and a desperate attempt to get any additional details that could aid the search.
Welcome, Miss Wisdom. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. That's critical, or is telling critical minds that Natalie Holloway's mom has a show where she goes to help families put their stories out. That's awesome. For those of you that aren't familiar with Natalie Holloway and what happened to her, that was another pretty wild case that happened. I can't remember how long ago it's been now, but another disappearing type situation. Horrible story. So, welcome, Wisdom. It's good to see you today.
He believed that even the vaguest recollection from Blazek about their location on the lake could have been invaluable in directing the search efforts. Despite the setbacks and frustration, the Inc. family remained resolute in their search for Nancy. Nikki Inc. stated, "There's a lot of risk for us flying there, but Blazek is not helping." Their unwavering determination led them to plan a return trip to Guatemala to utilize an underwater drone in a more methodical search of the lake. However, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness. An American non-profit organization offered to deploy a cadaver dog, known for its success in detecting underwater human remains, to assist with the search. This potential breakthrough offered a renewed sense of hope for the Inc. family. Every additional resource brought them closer to the possibility of finding Nancy and finally bringing her home. The spotlight also fell on Eduardo Ramada, the organizer of the Be the Change retreat. Questions arose about his responsibility for ensuring the safety of participants, particularly during potentially risky activities like kayaking without life jackets. Furthermore, his abrupt departure from Guatemala with the entire retreat group after Nancy's disappearance raised suspicion. Determined to find answers, the Inc. family hired a private investigator. Through their investigation, a new lead emerged. A local fisherman who had witnessed the retreat group on the day of the incident came forward with a crucial piece of information. The fisherman claimed to have seen the retreat group acting strangely after returning from their kayaking trip. He reported seeing them huddled together, seemingly agitated, and then loading their belongings into a van with uncharacteristic haste. This testimony directly contradicted the retreat group's claim of a peaceful departure. It all raises critical questions about safety protocols within the yoga retreat industry, particularly for excursions conducted in remote locations.
See, that tells me that that whole group knew something then, not just Blazek and Ramada. Hence the reason why they all left. My understanding is the article I read that none of them have stepped forward yet to make any statements as whatsoever.
No, and it's absolutely ridiculous because this family is suspicious as hell of the whole group of them.
Of course.
And it's, why would they leave so quick after she disappears if they didn't know something was up?
Exactly. And here's the thing, guys. If you, again, I say this the same way I just said it before, and I know that you guys agree with this. If you don't do nothing wrong and you're in a situation, okay, if you go to go swimming in a lake with a group of 5 or 6 people, and you see what happened if somebody disappears in the water, and you know last time you saw them, what you saw, what happened, you tell somebody about it, you move on. It happened. It was an accident. Why would you not say one word? Not one word to anybody, to the whole group, none of them, unless you know something's wrong, unless you're involved. And if you're not involved and you don't want to be looked at as, a suspect in something, tell them I didn't do it. This is what happened. This is what I saw. It's what I know. Nobody's doing that, which tells me, in my opinion, I'm suspicious of everybody that was in that group at this point. And it's not going to change until one of them or all of them step forward and say, here's what I know. You can't even do that? Something's wrong. Thank you, Wisdom. I'll have to look that up. And I don't care what anybody says. Trauma or not, you do the right thing, okay? Lots of people have trauma caused by situations like this. That doesn't mean you don't do the right thing and tell people what you know or what you think happened or what you saw. That's all you got to do. And then you're good. You're not doing that. So I'm suspecting you of something wrong.
Are there sufficient safety measures in place, especially for activities like kayaking? Do retreat organisers adequately brief participants on potential risks and emergency procedures? These are crucial considerations that need to be addressed to ensure the safety and well-being of those seeking rejuvenation and peace through yoga retreats. As the search for Nancy intensified, another crucial aspect of the case came under scrutiny: the role of Kayak Guatemala, the company that rented the kayaks and paddleboards to the retreat group. According to retreat participants, including the anonymous participant who spoke out, Kayak Guatemala failed to provide any safety equipment or instructions. This claim directly contradicted the
Okay, so even if this is true, okay, let me say this. Kayak Guatemala, if they refuse or failed or whatever to give the correct safety procedures, to give, because typically if you're running a group like this where you're giving people the ability to do this, they'll give you a training type period, show you different things. Even if you know what you're doing, they still do that for safety reasons and insist that you wear life preservers. Even if they failed in that aspect, why did everybody in that group take off like they did? That has nothing to do with them. They're not the ones that did that. That's not their fault. That's the company's fault. So why are you still being weird about this? If anybody, it should be that company that's not acting, that's not coming forward with what they did wrong, not the group of people that they were there for. That's the thing about this that doesn't make sense to me. So, and they said that Nancy refused to wear a life preserver. Okay, that's on her. I don't know if in the other countries, if you have to sign like a release or something stating that we're not responsible if something happens to you, so on and so. I doubt it, but here we would do something like that. In turn, nobody's held liable. If Nancy perished because of her not wearing the life preserver, that's on her. Sadly, an accident happened, so on and so forth. Again, that would not mean that everybody else acts weird and crazy and leaves real quick. That's all on her. And again, everybody could come forward and state that. Nobody's doing that. This is what I don't get.
statements made by the company's owners, Lee and Elaine Beale. The Beales maintained they offered life jackets to the group, but everyone declined. This conflicting information created confusion and raised serious concerns about the company's safety protocols. The anonymous participant recounted their experience vividly. They expressed feeling uneasy from the outset due to the lack of life jackets and safety instructions. Their attempt to voice their concerns to the kayak company employees seemed to fall on deaf ears. They described the initial calmness of the lake giving way to choppy waters and a sense of unease as they ventured further out. The last clear memory they had of Nancy was seeing her confidently paddling her kayak, seemingly captivated by the view. Blazek's attorney, Christopher Gardner, also claimed his client was unaware of any safety concerns raised by the shop or any specific instructions provided. He further stated that Blazek mentioned there were no life jackets present and that she hadn't seen the owners on the day of the incident. These conflicting accounts painted a confusing picture. The Inc. family, already grappling with immense grief, grew increasingly frustrated. Nikki Inc. expressed her disbelief. To so boldly claim that our workers offered life jackets and the group declined, I don't know what to make of that considering other participants have told me otherwise. The Inc. family's investigation revealed additional discrepancies in the Beals statements. A police report contradicted Lee Beals' claim of being out of the country during the incident. Similarly, Elaine Beals' statement about witnessing Blazek return and not offering any information was challenged by the fact that she wasn't even present at the shop that day. The Inc. family, along with some retreat participants, believed that Kayak Guatemala failed to prioritize safety measures, potentially contributing to the tragedy. Nikki Inc. highlighted the importance of holding the company accountable. Please be honest with yourselves about the lack of responsibility taken because someone lost their life. Meanwhile, the search efforts continued with the arrival of the cadaver dog from the American non-profit organization. This specialized canine unit, trained to detect human remains underwater, offered a renewed sense of hope. The Inc. family, along with search and recovery specialists, planned a meticulous grid search of the lake using the dog's expertise. However, time was a crucial factor. The search team understood the urgency and geared up for a meticulous underwater search, hoping to bring closure to the Inc. family. Despite the ongoing search efforts, a significant obstacle remained. Blazek's continued silence. The Inc. family believed even the most minor details she could provide about their location on the lake could be crucial in guiding the search efforts. Nikki Inc. expressed her frustration. Little details can go a long way for the search team, and with what little information we have, we're really grasping at straws here. Blazek's attorney, however, maintained she had no new information to share. This lack of cooperation continued to cast a shadow over the investigation, leaving unanswered questions and hindering the search for Nancy. The setback in the search intensified the pressure on all parties involved. Frustration with Blazek's continued silence reached a boiling point. The Inc. family, through their attorney, filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Kayak Guatemala, holding them accountable for the lack of safety measures during the kayaking trip. Blazek's attorney, Christopher Gardner, vehemently denied the lawsuit's accusations. He maintained that Blazek wasn't responsible for Nancy's disappearance and that all safety protocols were followed by Kayak Guatemala. This statement further enraged the Inc. family and the online community following the case. The media frenzy surrounding the case intensified. News outlets across the globe picked up the story, highlighting the unanswered questions, the lack of cooperation from Blazek, and the ongoing search efforts. Social media became a platform for outrage and speculation, with many users expressing their support for the Inc. family and demanding answers. The fisherman's testimony offered a glimmer of hope, suggesting a possible cover-up and potentially more information within the retreat group. The Inc. family, fueled by this new lead, continued their pursuit of the truth. However, the emotional toll of their ordeal remained immense. The relentless search, coupled with Blazek's silence and the unanswered questions, left them grappling with an agonizing mixture of hope and heartache. Nancy Inc.'s disappearance has left a lasting impact. The serene beauty of Lake Atitlan is now forever intertwined with a sense of unease. The yoga retreat industry, once seen as a haven of peace and rejuvenation, now grapples with the need for increased safety measures. Nancy's family, understandably distraught and filled with unanswered questions, believes foul play may be involved. They ask the public for information that could shed light on Nancy's disappearance. A GoFundMe page was also set up to help fund a private search effort. As the search for Nancy continues, the mystery surrounding her disappearance deepens. Will Blazek finally come forward with more information? These are the questions that continue to haunt the Inc. family and all those seeking answers in this tragic case. Perhaps there are viewers who possess relevant information. even seemingly insignificant details that could be crucial to the investigation. If you do, please share the video or contact the authorities.
All right. So there is that one on that part, I should say. So far, what do you two think? Or what does everybody think so far?
It's just a crazy case. I'm definitely suspicious of the last person to see her and her actions since Nancy's been missing. So
And again, why are you being silent? If you saw something that traumatizing or not, just say something and you won't be under suspicion at that. You know what I mean? And I agree with Virginia's point that the whole group could have become, thwarted because of what happened and decided we're done, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. That makes sense. There was one person that came forward anonymously and spoke to a few people, and that's really it. But they didn't want to be known. Why? And then we're hearing about the company, the Guatemala, I can't remember, Kayak Guatemala or whatever the hell. They're American, okay? And so there was no like language barriers or anything like that. And I almost wonder if that little rumor got flip-flopped around, if maybe they paid these people off to not say anything so that they weren't affected by it. I don't know, you guys. I'm just thinking it's reaching for things because this makes no sense to me at all. It's crazy. I just can't put this together in my head as to why in the hell you wouldn't just say something. If you know, if it was an accident, if you think whatever, just say something, it makes no sense. So I got a few news segments I want to play on this too. This came out, hold on, February 1st of 24. Let's see. Like I said, I'm gonna show you a few of the news segments on this and what they say and see if that makes any sense to anybody. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Allegations about what happened after There are new allegations about what happened after a California woman went missing on a yoga retreat in Central America. We have known that rather than staying to look for Nancy Ng in Guatemala, the retreat director and some others attending that event that day reportedly left the area early. Now there's talk of a bribe to police to make that happen. This, as the lead searcher tells News Nation, the last known witness's public silence is still stymieing efforts to find this much-loved teacher and aide from California. It was to be the perfect adventure for the last full day of the Be the Change yoga retreat in October, kayaking on Lake Atitlan.
When we first got the news that she was missing, we just had so many questions.
Nikki Ng, who grew up admiring her outgoing big sister, has this last known video of Nancy to cling to. She has little more.
Nancy's the first thing I think about in the morning, the last thing I think about before bed.
Nikki says the 29-year-old was thrilled to return to Guatemala for a second year for the peace of yoga and time away. A call October 19th brought utter panic.
What do you mean she disappeared? What happened? Did this other student see anything? Nancy can swim. How did this happen? Beautiful.
The Ng family springing to action, hiring a search and rescue company immediately. But the family says the retreat director and the woman who last saw Nancy kayaking didn't stay to help narrow down the search area in the vast lake. Instead, they left early.
I'll be quite blunt. A normal human being would stay and then go, I don't know where it was, but we went over there. Just that verbal response.
Black Wolf Helicopters' Chris Sharp is spearheading the search for Nancy. So frustrated by the female kayaker's silence, he named her weeks later in a press release.
It would have narrowed the area down, or at least we could have put the divers in, or the dive boat could have gone around and say, right, come on the boat. What were you doing? Can you remember? And that would just narrowed a massive lake down to Olympic-sized swimming pool's fine.
Well, my client went looking for her.
Christina Blazik's attorney began talking to the media the day after the release, giving the family its first account of what happened. Blazik's attorney saying his client warned Nancy not to go for a swim, even wrangling her kayak when she did so.
Tried to paddle to the area, right above the area where she thought that she was. She was screaming her name, trying to find out if she could help her. She quickly realized that missing is missing. She's underwater. There's nothing that my client could do except get to shore as quickly as possible.
But the family says they can find no record of Blazik ever talking to police before leaving the country. And after hiring a Guatemalan attorney, they now suspect why.
The investigation revealed that a bribe had occurred that allowed Christina's statement to be omitted and prevent her from being detained.
My client has, from the very beginning, done everything she can to shed light on what happened and to cooperate.
Okay, so there's that now. So why again, if you had nothing to do with this and if you did nothing wrong, why? That's all I want to know is why. That in itself tells me you did something wrong. I mean, am I the only one that sees that way? Because that's ridiculous. Here's a bribe, which I can see happening in third world countries all the time. Okay, that's whatever. We've seen that happen in Mexico, places like that. It is what it is. But why? Why do you need to be bribed to... You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. Or why do you need to give a bribe to law enforcement to allow you to get the hell out of there without talking to them? You leaving, Mom? See ya. See ya, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Wait. So yeah, I don't understand like what that's all about, guys. That's a little weird to me.
Operate and give whatever information.
Oh, sorry, Mom. Cover your ass. I thought you meant like see you later. Sorry, I'm kind of a dingbat. Right, but for what though? What did you do? If you did nothing wrong, what are you covering up? And if you say this Christina Blazik girl keeps saying, well, I told her not to get in the water, not to go swimming. I told her not, you shouldn't do that. She didn't have a life preserver on, so on and so forth. Blah, blah, blah. I get it now, Mom. I get it. I told you I'm slow. Sorry. And you go in, you wrangled her kayak when she goes in swimming, and then she drowns or she disappears. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you tried to prohibit this from happening. So why not tell everybody what you did or didn't do? Why bribe your way out of the country? Why bribe your way out of making a statement to Guatemalan police? I don't understand this. This is crazy. Hey, Swamp Rose, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day, dear. It makes no sense to me. None whatsoever. Just saying.
That she has.
Without help from that witness, the family will return again to the volcanic lake, using a remote underwater vehicle to painstakingly search a grid in the water. An American nonprofit will a cadaver dog that's successful in detecting underwater human remains from a boat.
There's a lot of risk for us flying there because the divers
are
diving probably deeper than they should. But she's not helping.
My family were not in denial. Nancy's gone. And all we're looking for now is to understand what happened that day. Right?
And the question I have for you today is, was Autumn Lab actually accredited at the time of that sample being given? Did it have the proper lab qualification?
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe.
Okay, so there's that one, and that does give reference to this bribe that was put out there, which bugs me. And I just don't understand how that went down and why that was okay. Okay. Let me see here. Hold on. Mega Techie, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Guys, for those of you that aren't familiar, I just put a link in chat for Swamp Rose. Please go check out her channel if you would. There's the link to it. So like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything, guys. I appreciate you joining us, Swamp Rose. Appreciate seeing everybody in here today as well. Always love seeing other creators jump in here with us. So thank you again. Great to see you, Meki. It's been a minute. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it definitely needs some attention because nobody else is paying attention to it, which is one of the reasons why I grabbed this one. It bugged me how this family has spent like every dime they have on this, and they're not getting any further than what they have. So it bugs me a bit. Next news segment.
The family of a local woman who disappeared on a trip to Guatemala is desperate for answers, saying they are, quote, living in hell, wondering what happened to her. Nancy Ng was last seen 3 weeks ago after going out on a kayak with a group of friends.
10 people went out on that excursion. Only 9 returned, and Nancy was not one of them. KTLA's Mary Beth McDade is live in the news center tonight. Mary Beth.
Micah and Cher, what apparently started out as innocent fun on a Guatemalan lake somehow resulted in tragedy. A Monterey Park woman's family says that prosecutors' claims that she drowned just don't add up, and the silence from witnesses makes them even more skeptical.
Nancy Ng's family says
Thank you,
this is
SRB.
the last known video of the Monterey Park woman waving from a kayak while on a yoga retreat in Guatemala before vanishing back on October 19th.
It's hard to watch. Clearly she looks happy and excited to be out on the lake. And I hope that's the last time we'll see her. But it's hard to say because, again, there have been no primary witnesses that have spoken up to what they saw.
Guatemalan prosecutors say the 29-year-old special needs teacher drowned while on a kayak excursion with her yoga group on Lake Adelon. Prosecutors reportedly say a woman who was kayaking with Nancy told them Nancy drowned when she decided to go swimming.
We haven't gotten an update from the prosecutor's office as far as where they got that information. What's curious to us is that we don't have that witness report.
So now they're saying she drowned now. So what? I mean, this is so broken up, guys. It makes no sense to me.
So are they not going to do a real investigation? They're just going to take the word of some rando that said, "Oh yeah, she drowned. We told her not to go out there without a life jacket. She drowned." But rather than stick around and try to wait for them to recover her body or anything, we just decided we was going to come home.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. I mean, what the hell? I don't understand this. I don't. And here's the thing. This is in Guatemala. If she drowned in that river, which is huge, it's huge, folks. It's like the Nile, okay? And it's stupid deep. What are the odds they're going to find her? What are the odds that she was not eaten by an animal that lives in that water? Because they're known to have gators and crocs or whatever, other things. No, they said they did a search. I don't know about that. I don't know. The water's not murky looking. It was decent water, so you should have been able to see something. If they went and did a search like they said they did. I don't get this. And this is another country, so it's very hard to keep up. with what's going on over there. And the one person is saying she drowned. That's it. She drowned. But why don't you tell her family that? Why won't you talk to them? Or anybody else for that matter? Why won't you tell them she drowned? You told them she drowned when you were over there, and then you left real quick and you won't tell anybody else what happened. Why? This is the strangest shit I've ever seen, I swear. I don't understand.
In our police report,
The family says no witnesses have spoken to them, nor did they talk to the owners of the kayak rental company the day Nancy allegedly drowned. The owners say 8 of the 10 in the group returned, but Nancy and another woman could be seen paddling out further into the lake. Eventually, that other woman returned, but no sign of Nancy.
And that is the problem I have, is those two went further out. Everybody else started coming back. That one woman came back and Nancy didn't. Now you tell me that don't look like that person did something to her. And because she won't speak on it, that's why everybody thinks that, as well as me. I have no problems thinking that with what I've seen so far. Did they search? They said they did with the helicopter and everything, but that's what they said. That doesn't mean that this is a third world country. Like I said, they can do whatever the hell they want and tell us what they want to tell us, and that's that. There's nothing we can do about it. So, yes, Mama Bear's up here too. She hasn't spoken, but she's here.
Sorry, got a little sidetracked there for a few minutes.
Oh, you're okay.
The owners say the group then left without saying a word, fled their hotel within 12 hours, and never paid for the kayak excursion.
No one in the group was interested in talking to anybody. It was almost like immediately clamming up.
I just don't understand that part of leaving within 8 hours of, 12 hours.
See, this is bugging me. All right, Mama Bear, Arctic, everybody in the chat. You got all these people that go out together. You see, this is a very large area. They go out on a kayak trip. They do their thing. 8 of them turn around and come back this direction toward shore.
Mm-hmm.
Our missing person goes out with Christina. Oh, Jesus, I lost her last name already. Anyway, the other woman. She turns around and comes back a little bit later without Nancy. Or the kayak. They all hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge. They're gone from the country within a 12-hour period from the time this started till then, okay? And nobody but one person honestly comes forward and says one damn word about this, except for supposedly Christina Blazik is the one that says why she drowned.
Yeah, this is bringing back the case. Robinson was her last name?
Shanquell Robinson. Yes. Yeah. In Mexico, right. Isn't it? Same thing. Where they took her to Mexico or New Mexico, whatever, beat the hell out of her, killed her, and then left and came home. That's what they did. Yeah, same feeling to me, too. Same thing I thought, Mama Bear. I was like, damn, this is just like that case. And there's nothing to be said about it. Nothing at all. And I'm telling you, at this point, I feel like Christina Blazik had done something to this woman. You make me see something different. You can't, because you won't open your mouth and say anything, which tells me you did something wrong. This is crazy to me. And it just bothers the shit out of me that they haven't arrested her possibly for, then again, because it didn't happen in this country.
Exactly. I was going to say, she did it in another country. No proof, no evidence. She's back in the U.S. and just like Shanquell, it's going to go unresolved.
Yeah, well, Shanquella Robinson, our people would not force the people that came back here to be extradited back to New Mexico for the authorities to do anything.
And there's Guatemala's certainly not going to, so.
They don't care. These other countries don't care. They don't want to deal with the bullshit, so it is what it is. Bye. This is just horrible to me. I feel bad for her family, not to have any answers, and for this to be so far away in a place this big. This is like looking for a rock in the middle of the ocean, basically. You know what I mean? It's insane.
Hours of the accident.
Meantime, the search for Nancy has come to a halt. The head of the private search company the family has hired says they've scoured the lake using helicopters, boats, and drones. But in order to proceed, they need witnesses to come forward and reveal the last place Nancy was seen.
There's just so many unknowns, focused primarily because the people who were there are not speaking.
The Ying family says that they've also hired a lawyer in Guatemala to investigate whether Nancy did drown or did she disappear. For now, reporting live here in News Center, Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Mary Beth, thank you.
All right, one moment. Yeah, this has a lot of the same, a lot of the same parallels as Shanquella Robinson, which never had. They never did anything.
Yeah.
Nobody answered for that. This woman died, and that was the end of it. Nothing.
Yep,
Her
the family
family.
even went to. I don't think it was it Biden,
Yeah.
and requesting them to do something, and he wouldn't do it.
Nope. Our country would not do it for our people. They wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't push for the extradition to go through extradition because that's what had to happen. New Mexico said that they would extradite them, but our country had to sign off on it, and they wouldn't do that. So they basically allowed these people to murder that woman.
Yep.
At least 2 of them for sure. And the rest of them knew what happened, never answered for it, which is absolute bullshit to me. I'm sorry.
Hey, well,
Walt, Dago here. Good to see you, sir. Okay, hold on here. Okay, so this next piece is going to be the last piece we watch on this, and it's got a little bit more information in it than the others had. And I thought it was kind of interesting. And then we're going to move on to another one that is really interesting to you guys. All right.
If it could potentially hinder the process. So
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Bada bing, bada boom.
there is a lake in Guatemala called Lake Atitlan. It's like straight in the heart of the Guatemalan highlands. I saw a few videos of the lake online. It's a beautiful lake. Some people on TikTok even call it the Lake Como of Central America. Some parts of the lake have this really incredible turquoise hue to the water. Other parts have this cool, cold, slate blue watercolor, but it's equally stunning. And it's really what's around the lake that makes it what it is. There are 3 dormant volcanoes. The lake is surrounded by steep hills and all these colorful small towns on the edges of the lake. The lake is home primarily to multiple different indigenous communities, and each little town has their own culture, their own personality, and it's just so diverse. So naturally, it's become a bit of a tourist spot. People who have gone to visit Lake Atitlan said it's one of the best places in Central America to just relax and enjoy nature. The philosopher that wrote Brave New World, he called it the most beautiful lake in the whole world. October 2023, a group of 12 mostly Americans traveled to Lake Atitlan for a yoga retreat. It was going to be a full week of reflection, tranquility, peace, a time to find calmness not only with themselves, but with nature and with each other. That is, until one of them goes missing. October 19th, 2023, a 29-year-old woman from California, Nancy Ng, disappears from the yoga retreat. This case is gaining a lot of traction online because there are so many curious details about her disappearance. It was claimed that one of the retreat goers went kayaking with Nancy and saw her drown. But curiously, that statement was nowhere to be found in the official police report from Guatemala. The prosecutor's office is still trying to get in touch with that witness. But even more curious than that, at least to me, is that Nancy was not reported missing by the 11 people at the yoga retreat with her till 24 hours later. And nothing really makes sense. First, the yoga retreat organizer told the family that the incident was reported the same day, but the record indicated that it was reported 24 hours later. Nancy's family tried to reach out to the woman who was with Nancy during this, quote, incident, but she will not speak to the family. She has since gone silent while the family is desperately searching for their missing daughter. Second, it's been stated that 95% of the lake has been searched and Nancy's body has yet to be found. So if the witness statement were true and she drowned after a swim, where is her body? Third, if the witness statement were true and she drowned after a swim, why would she and the others at the yoga retreat wait 24 hours before reporting it to the police? But more importantly, is that if that truly happened, why are there more questions than answers? Why did they come back to the US early? Why are they not being more forthcoming about what they saw or what they heard? Nancy's family, they just want to bring Nancy home. They just want some answers. Why would they all not want the same thing? And the most pressing questions are, what really happened on the lake? And where is Nancy? As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. I was able to speak with Nikki and Jonathan. They are two of Nancy's siblings. I just wanted to get a bit more insight on Nancy, and I do want to make it very, very clear right now that I do not represent the family. I do not represent their thoughts, feelings, ideas, and or wishes. Our team had already finished most of our research going into the conversation. We just used the call to really get to know Nancy a bit better, to see how we could be of use to the family and to clarify any small questions that we had. This is currently an ongoing investigation. There is currently a privately funded search and rescue mission. And since there are a lot of parties, 11, maybe more, that could potentially have information on this case, we try to steer clear of asking the family about the investigation itself. Just because we know that when there's an ongoing investigation, it's very sensitive. It's very important that the family don't share too much of the investigation if it could potentially hinder the process. So again, any thoughts, speculations, feelings, statements are not made on behalf of the family. They are our own conclusions and feelings formulated from our team's independent research. So with that being said, Nancy is missing. This is an ongoing case, and the family hopes that we, not just as an RM, but you guys as well, can help get the word out there, because someone must know something. I mean, someone might know someone who knows something, and I know to a lot of people that might seem like a long shot, but a lot of people have been found because of word of mouth and spreading awareness. And they humbly ask that if you guys have even a moment of time, if you could help in any way possible, they would be forever grateful. Another way that we can all help is the family has set up a GoFundMe. The Guatemalan authorities have stopped their search after 72 hours, so now everything is being privately funded by the family. Even a little bit goes a long way, and if you're not in the position to help in that way, you can still spread Nancy's missing persons posters, reach out to anyone you might know in Guatemala, and I'm going to leave all the links to that below, and we're going to go in depth to it later in the video. So with that being said, let's get into it. There are a lot of yoga retreats near Lake Atitlan. I didn't know this, but from what we can tell from our research, yoga tourism has gotten very big in Guatemala, especially near the lake. The indigenous populations in towns near the lake are Maya. A lot of the Maya religious practices seem to resonate with a lot of yoga enthusiasts. They're based on the spirit and the body being interconnected, and to heal the body, you have to heal the spirit, and vice versa. And side note, that's not to say that a lot of the people running and leading the yoga retreats are Maya. It just seems like a lot of them aren't, if I'm being honest with you, but maybe they learned from the locals. I do see some comments of like, what? Yoga retreat in Lake Atitlan? Like, that sounds scary. It honestly seems beautiful from the videos that I've seen. A lot of the yoga retreats near Lake Atitlan are all inclusive. So you go, they'll pick you up from the airport, drive you to the resort, where you stay from anywhere between 3 days, a week, to even a month. And every single day, there's an itinerary. It's typically very packed. Of course, most of the day is focused on yoga, meditation, detailed afternoon writing workshops. There's some retreats that will focus on cooking workshops. There's ones that heavily focus on only eating vegetarian food. Others that emphasize drinking water a lot. I was down this rabbit hole of a retreat that was very focused on how their drinking water is from the river that runs through the property and nothing else. There's almost a yoga retreat for everyone near the lake. Some focus on beginner yoga, meditation. Others get a little bit more intense. They do breath work. They go out to hike. They go into the indigenous towns to explore. Others are super workout focused.
What happened? Did Walt accidentally bump somebody out? Sorry, Swamp. It was an accident. If that's what happened, my apologies. It wasn't purposely done. You good? Okay, good. You're okay. All right. Thank you, Doodle and SRB. I appreciate you guys.
So it's not just yoga. They're like, we're doing hiking, kayaking. Some of them even do 200-hour training courses so you can become your own certified yoga teacher. And a lot of foreigners go to these retreats. And specifically, it seems like a lot of Americans frequent these retreats. It appears, and don't quote me on this because we didn't ask the family about this, but just from what we could gather from our research, it seems like most of the people in Nancy's group for the week-long retreat were either American citizens or they reside in the US. 29-year-old Nancy had gone to the same exact retreat with the same exact instructor last year. So this would be her second time this year going. And she thought it was beautiful. You know, she fell in love. And I'm sure there is that feeling of, I've already been before, so it feels a little bit safer to go. Mm-hmm. Like, I already know what to expect. I know what kind of people are going to be there. I know the feeling. So maybe it's nicer to go again this year. And I imagine a lot of the week was supposed to be focused on yoga itself and nature, but also maybe on, because yoga is not just a physical practice, maybe they focused a lot on the principles of yoga. So from what I could find, the principles of yoga that people abide by, it does differ depending on which type of yoga you practice, but there are a few core principles that it seems almost all of them follow. Self-discipline and commitment. Yoga is about having that discipline within yourself to take control of the environment and your state of mind. Ahimsa, which is non-violence. It means non-harming. It means kindness, compassion. It's kind of the feeling of karma. What you give out is what you get back. And satya. This one is emphasized in most yoga principles that I could find, which is truthfulness. Not just with yourself, but with the world, with everyone around you, with nature. Yoga enthusiasts place a lot of importance on not causing harm to themselves or to others or to nature. They live by the rules of living life led by compassion and truthfulness. But when Nancy goes missing mysteriously, the 11 people that were at the retreat with her, they have returned to the US, and many of them have left a lot of questions unanswered. If you're watching the video, you can tell that it's completely a different day, but if you're just listening to the audio, as I was editing, there was an update on this.
Welcome, Rowena. Thank you for joining us.
This case. The owners of the kayak company that was allegedly used by Nancy and the tour group stated that the group rented kayaks, went out into the water the day that Nancy went missing. And then when they came back, Nancy was not with them. The owners also stated no one in the group was interested in talking to anybody.
No one in the group was interested in talking to anybody.
It is sad, Swamp, because it's like, if she drowned, it happened. You know, you're in a third world country. It's very dangerous in some aspects. It's known to be a dangerous river, possibly. Just say what happened. Give this family the closure they deserve and let them move on with their lives. They've spent every dime they have on trying to find something out, hiring all these extra people. The sister is completely out of her mind over this because, I mean, there's no way to know what happened to her. That's all they want to know is what happened so that they can have closure and do some form of a memorial for her or something. It's beyond sad to me. One thing I will say is you won't catch me going to no third world country for any kind of a retreat like this at this point, because these things happen a lot more often than you guys think they do.
It was almost like immediately clamming up and like we're not going to say anything.
The owners of the kayak rental company stated that the group failed to pay for the kayaks. The yoga retreat that they were on was not supposed to end, but they left early, within 12 hours.
I just don't understand that part of leaving within 8 hours of, 12 hours of the accident.
So does that mean they left 8 to 12 hours after?
And here's the other side of this too. If they failed to pay for this, this is an American-run company, run by American people that have American business sense. Why didn't you sue those people for not paying for their trip? You see what I'm saying? Like, they left, they skipped out on the bill, they did this, they did that, they were gone. Why didn't you attempt to sue them then for the money that they owed you for the trip? Which tells me, in a sense, that these people might have some guilt here somewhere too, or is it because of the safety procedures they didn't follow? I don't know, but you'd have thought they would have done something like that too. Hey, Truth Seeker, good to see you. That's what I thought. You should be able to. But if, because again, going backwards, Truth, this happened in another country. Unless the law enforcement in that country forces this, nothing you can do about it. If there's no proof they rented kayaks, did she really drown then? That's the whole point right there. That's the whole point. It's crazy.
Nancy's disappearance, arrived in the U.S., then reported to the authorities that Nancy was missing. The Guatemala's Attorney General's office, according to Good Morning America, has also stated that they haven't been able to interview the woman who was with Nancy or the tour guide.
I absolutely agree with you, Swamp, especially Christina Blazek. She should have, being that she was close to this girl, they were friends, they were students together, so on and so whatever. And she was the last one to be out in that. She went away from the group with her and then came back without her. She definitely should have stayed, or at least given them the area that this happened in. If you know what I mean?
For sure. I mean, Christina's who I'm side-eyeing the hardest right now.
Exactly, because if she knew where this happened, the spot that they were in, then you tell authorities it happened here. Go there, not everywhere else, because it's a huge river, like I said, right there. But she didn't even do that. She just bolted. There's the problem with that too. I agree wholly with that, Swamp Rose.
Because the group left the country. They've requested international assistance to help speak with them, but they are still waiting to hear back. Nikki, Nancy's younger sister, she was at a bakery when she got the call. And it was from her dad. He called to tell her that she needed to come home immediately, and he was going to meet her at her place. He was very vague with the phone call. He didn't tell her much else, just that something had happened, and he sounded very, very serious. The whole family rushes to be together at Nikki's place, and their dad rushes in through the door and starts trying to explain everything. He's explaining that he had received a cryptic call from someone at the yoga retreat that Nancy was at, and it felt like it was implied that Nancy was not coming back.
There is a photo of her, the last photo taken, Tomboy, of her in a kayak waving at somebody taking a picture. That's it. Now, I don't know about a timestamp on that photo of when that picture was taken, supposedly. Because you know damn well as I do with what we do in here, that picture could have been from the year before. And they're saying it was from then. And maybe she didn't enter the water at all. Who knows? I mean, that's a good point, Tomboy, that she never even made it to the water. And they just said, here's the last picture we took, but it was actually from last year. If there's no timestamp on it, there's no way to prove it was from that point. You know what I mean? So that is a good point. I agree with you. I don't know, Seema. Have to look into that for sure. I didn't get a chance to look at that. And Tomboy says, I think the kayak might have been a cover story because of that photo. Right. That's a good point. And it also could have been that the days were different. You see what I'm saying? Okay, because she was there on the 13th. 14th. She got there on the 14th. 5 days she was there before she went kayaking. We don't know 100% that that's true. That kayak trip could have happened anywhere in between there because there was other things that they did. So she could have gone kayaking on the first day. Who knows? I don't know. So the whole thing could be not true because we don't know 100% as to what happened, what days for sure. That's just based on what everybody knew. Okay. So there again, you could be absolutely right that could have just been a cover story for something else. And that could be why nobody's talking. And that's very interesting to me to look at it that way too. Thank you for your comment.
And he's trying to explain it because he doesn't really have a lot of details or information. So he's confused. He's like, I don't really know what's going on. We don't know the exact conversation from the call, but the call itself has been described to have been very cryptic. And to the family, none of this was making sense. To show you how little sense it made, Nikki's initial thought was, oh, that's so weird. She loves it so much that she wants to live there. Like, that's not really like her, but no big deal. It's probably a passing thought. Like, we'll just talk to her. The kids.
See, that's what I was talking about early on. The family thought initially that she may have wanted to just stay there permanently. Okay. By the way that the call came into them. That we don't know where Nikki is, basically, and we haven't seen her since this time. That's how it was initially reported to them, which made them think that she was going to permanently stay there. And they figured that made sense to them, per se, in a sense. That's very vague to me, that they would, the call would come through to the family in the sense to make them think that. You know what I mean? So that's pretty wild.
Nancy's 3 siblings that are all in their 20s, they decide, we'll just call the number. Like, maybe we'll get more details. But when they get in contact with the person from the retreat, it was what I would personally describe as strange. I mean, this whole situation is strange, right? Even with their call, they're still not getting answers. So no one out of the 11 others at the retreat, none of them were giving the family the answers that they were looking for. And that's not implying that all 11 of them are hiding something. Some of them have actually reached out to the family to offer their help and assistance. And that's great, but the family still needs answers. The caller specified that Nancy went missing in the water, but that they did not witness the incident themselves, so they could not provide a firsthand account of what happened. Guatemalan authorities allocate 72 hours to search for missing people.
Okay. Nancy went missing in the water, but I didn't see it, so I don't know that. Does anybody else take that strange?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. If you saw a dog bite somebody,
I'm just gonna
you
turn
knew
around.
the dog you knew the dog bit somebody, you watched it with your own eyes, you could go tell somebody that dog bit her, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you heard from word of mouth that somebody got bit by a dog, then you truly don't know it. You just heard it from somebody else. That's why this is so strange. And like Tomboy was saying, that plays into what Tomboy was thinking. Bingo. I get it. I get it. So yeah, that's weird to me. Which tells me, Arctic, Mama Bear, and everybody else in here, Christina Blazik is the one that voiced that. And that's where that came from, because she was the one that went out away from everybody else with her and came back by herself and said that she drowned. That's one person.
Exactly. And, you know, she's the one that really hasn't been all that cooperative since everything happened. Why? Why not? Why not talk to the family? Why are you being so evasive? You know, why would you tell everyone that she had drowned if you supposedly hadn't seen that with your own damn eyes? Because I can tell people a lot of things, but if I ain't seen it for a fact myself, doesn't make it true.
That's right. Right. And so that in turn, everything I've read on this, everything I've read about Blazik tells me you did something wrong. You did something to this girl. What did you do and why? Or you know that somebody did something to this girl and you're not talking about. That's the whole problem. I have a lot of problems with Christina Blazik. A lot. And I think she should be, somehow they should be forcing her, but they can't, because again, another country, just like Shanquella Robinson. Same scenario. It's crazy. But she is my number one suspect in this situation at this point, folks. 100%.
3 days. Once that time period is over, it was up for the family to pay for search and rescue efforts if they wanted to find Nancy. And all they had was a video. All they had is this video, and it was the last known video taken of Nancy. It was shared with Nancy's family and the search and rescue teams.
And see, like I said, that could be, if there's no timestamp on this video, I don't see one, but that doesn't mean there wasn't one. I'm just saying, if there was no actual timestamp, we all know that that could be from any other day or even the year before.
You
see what
can't
I'm
even
saying?
tell that that's really her.
Not really. It's not very clear.
I mean, there's a person, but I mean,
right. That's very true. And this could be, like I said, this could be from any time between the 14th through the 19th, or actually the year before, unless there's an absolute timestamp on this video. And I'm not saying there wasn't. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean there wasn't. The point is, there's no proof that this is when it was. You know what I mean? So it just makes me think about it, especially after what Tomboy said. It makes me think twice now. Like, really? Maybe. You don't see any. Listen, you don't see anybody else that was in that group around her. She's by herself. That makes it a little different to me too. And who's taking the video? That's what I want to know. She's not, because that's her. Who took the video? That's another person I'd be talking to. Very weird to me. Very weird.
Shows Nancy waving at the camera while kayaking near the shore.
Okay, there's the rest of the people. Sorry. But anyway, is she still, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She would be the 11th one, I'm guessing. Okay, so disregard what I said about the other people because of where she was. But still, there's really no proof that that was that day and or that it was that year, possibly. So, and from somewhat of a personal experience, being detained in a different country really means being arrested until you pay to be. Yeah, even if you can do that, some countries don't even allow for that. So yeah, I agree with that.
On October 19th, before she vanished. It's not really the strongest lead, but it's something, it's anything. So they start searching. Lake Atitlan is the deepest lake in Central America. Naturally makes it a very difficult lake to search. There are 3 volcanoes surrounding the lake. All of them are currently dormant, which, just to clarify, because that makes it sound a little dangerous, but for a volcano to be considered extinct instead of dormant, they have to have had no eruptions in the past 10,000 to 1 million years. But the lake is deep. And from what we can gather, the lake can go as deep as 1,115 feet in some parts. That's about 103 stories, or the height of the Empire State Building. The water can be very murky in certain areas, and this is the only lead that Nancy's family has. The lake. Like, that's it. And I think the frustrating part is, if someone could tell them a more exact location, pinpoint where on the lake Nancy was last seen, if she was even on the lake, that is, they could laser focus their search with that.
And there is somebody that could do that if it's true. And you heard her say if she was even on the lake at that point. So obviously she or they think that too.
Information. I mean, that could mean the world of a difference when it comes to bringing Nancy home. It just doesn't make sense why someone, or maybe even a group of people, don't seem to want to help in that regard. But
welcome, Lost Souls. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're doing good. I appreciate you very much.
Again, these are just my personal opinions, and I digress. After the Guatemalan search was called off, the family can't just sit around. They have to find Nancy. So they get in contact with Black Wolf Helicopters. It's a company that does a lot of search and rescue missions. They were also the first Guatemalan company accepted by the Alliance of Helicopter Specialists of Central and South America. They were going to cover a large portion of the air search, so searching the lake from above. Nancy's family, they knew it was a long shot, but they had no other choice. They went online and they asked for any volunteer divers in Guatemala to help, or people who had a boat, or even people who just knew how to operate a boat.
Thank you.
Honestly, anyone who just had an hour to spare. They were forever grateful for any volunteers, and people showed up. They showed up and they got to work. And they have been going at it for weeks. And at this point, they have searched about 95% of the lake by air, land, and a bit of the water. They've searched with divers, drones, helicopters, boat crews, and I think a lot of netizens are starting to question if Nancy was even in the water. Chris Sharp, the owner of Black Wolf Helicopters, stated that the primary witnesses, the people who may have been with Nancy the day that she disappeared, have not been forthcoming with the investigation, making things more difficult, more complicated. He said the possibilities of Nancy's disappearance are numerous. He said, we just don't know. We're lacking that vital information. It could potentially be murder or homicide. We just don't know. The State Department and the FBI have now gotten involved and are assisting with the search. But many netizens feel like still the key to getting answers lies with the 11 people that came back without Nancy. Nancy's sister, Nikki, has stated, there are people that witnessed what happened within the group that haven't come forward. We're racking our brain as to why they wouldn't want to come forward and help if nothing nefarious happened. We are begging you, if anyone saw anything that could help us, just direct us where to look. Because we need answers. The FBI is also raising questions about why the witnesses in Nancy's tour group waited 24 hours to report the alleged drowning. And every day, Nancy's family have to live with this terrifying reality. And, they're being very realistic about it. They're listening to search and rescue coordinators. They're listening to experts. They're talking to the FBI because it's not like they have an infinite amount of resources. They have to be realistic all day, every day, and figure out where to look for answers. They have to face it head on. But it's usually at night where they'll kind of let their minds wander.
My dad, and this sounds terrible, but he keeps his phone next to him at night, just like he's hoping for a ransom call, something that will prove that Nancy might still be alive and that she's out there and she's just waiting for us to find her.
The last time the family saw Nancy was October 12th, 2023, 2 days before Nancy's trip. She was sitting there at this Chinese restaurant for a joint birthday celebration for Nikki and Richard, 2 of her 3 younger siblings, and she had a very, very, very serious question for her family. Should we still get the salt and pepper fried shrimp if we already ordered the other shrimp dish? Because we cannot have 2 shrimp dishes, right? Nancy was the self-appointed protein variety manager for the dinner. And while they waited for their food, if you've been to a Chinese restaurant, those big white tables with the glass swivel in the middle, there's quite a bit of distance between everyone because it's like a very wide table and it's a round one. And she's sitting opposite of Nikki, her younger sister. And Nikki's sitting next to her partner, Jared. And Nancy keeps calling to the other side of the table. So what are you guys talking about? And Nikki's like, we're having a private conversation, Nancy. Thank you very much. And after dinner, Nancy, she's the one gathering her whole family to take a group photo, which is really hard when you have 3 younger siblings, including 2 younger brothers, because almost always one of them is going to look like they're being forced to take a picture. But the photos turned out really cute. They blew out the candles for the joint birthday, ate the cake, and they were standing in the parking lot before Nancy announces that she better get going because she's got to pack for her trip to Guatemala. And they're like, oh yeah, this is the same exact yoga retreat that she went last year with the same exact instructor. She loved it so much. She wanted to do it again this year. And I think, and I don't know, but I feel like as a family member, I would feel a little bit safer if my sibling had gone to the same exact experience last year. It's like, oh, it's just a repeat. It's nothing new. It's not a new experience. She should have a better understanding of the area and everything like that. Nancy seemed really happy and content that she was able to kind of relax a little bit. This week was going to be for her to reconnect with herself and nature. Nikki said, if I had known that you'd go missing a week from that day I last saw you, I would have asked you to stay a little longer. During my conversation with Nikki and Jonathan, the first time that I saw both of them smile was when I asked about small habits Nancy has that really annoys them. So prior to this, we had been talking about Nancy's disappearance. And you can visibly see Nikki's mood and energy lift when she starts talking about Nancy, just who Nancy is. And she's like, oh my gosh, so many. She's like, Jonathan, come here, help me out because there's so many.
So many. Jonathan, come help me out. There's so many. Okay. We were joking because the last time we saw her was at our birthday dinner celebration. It was my birthday and my brother's birthday, my other brother. And so all dinner she was talking about her trip, and she was saying like, okay, who wants to take me to the airport? And no one said anything. And the reason for that is she is like always late, notoriously late for everything. And that's because she is like a blabbermouth. You cannot stop her from talking. So like whatever event she's at, wherever she currently is, she's late because she can't stop talking to that person. So you literally have to like pull her back sometimes, and like I slowly retreat as she's still talking to me, you know, like she's just, that's how she is. So.
And finally, her dad has a proposal, a wager. The dad is like, okay, how about this, Nancy? You give me $500 right now.
If you show up to the airport on time, you make your flight, I'll give you $600 back.
You're going to make $100. Nancy thought about it, and she said, I'll just ask my housemates. And everyone laughed. But you know, like when your sister or your best friend annoys you, but at the same time, it's a trait that you just would never want them to truly change because you love that part of them. That's how everyone feels about Nancy being late to everything, which you're like, that's crazy. Being late is not a good thing, Stephanie. It is not. Okay, it's not. But Nancy isn't late because she's bad at time management. Let me give you some context. I feel like everyone I know today is always looking for the next big thing, looking for something better, bigger. Everyone is so busy on the go, go, go. We're not even really talking to each other anymore. I don't remember the last time I had a conversation with someone where I didn't say something along the lines of, I know everyone here is super busy, so I'm not going to take too much of your time, or I'll keep this brief because I know everybody's got things to do. If you said that to Nancy, she's the type to wave her hand and dismiss this whole idea and tell you she's got all the time in the world. She has time for everyone, even when she really doesn't. And I don't know, and this is just speculation, maybe Nancy is able to sense that we're all kind of lacking that sort of human connection, because people say that she just has a way of making people want to open up to her. Her brother Jonathan is probably a lot more like us. He would watch Nancy chatting away with cashiers, strangers, walking their dogs.
In my head, I've always been like, it's just people, you know, it's just, I'll just move on with my day, do what I need to do. But she's like, whoa, 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 we gotta appreciate every single person. And I'm just like, but also I respect it so much. She has a very genuine interest and curiosity, and each person is so special, and I really want to hear their story.
One time, Nancy dragged her family to go recycle cans. And she starts talking to the guy that works there for like an hour. Not about cans, nothing about recycling, about his life story, entirely about him, his family, his kids, his hobbies. Nikki said it was something only Nancy would do. But they kind of secretly love it about her. They always love that Nancy would turn around and go, where did the time go? And it's kind of cute because Nancy reads a ton of self-help books on time management to see, where is my time going? And I don't know, I think Nancy doesn't have bad time management skills. I think she just really, really loves people.
And she sounds like she's always present, which is...
Yes, you just don't see that these days.
Yeah.
And now that Nancy is missing...
That's a very good point, Mom. Very good point and very true.
The family comfort each other by saying, Nancy's going to be home. She's just running a little bit late. Nancy is the oldest of 4 siblings. In the family, it's 2 sisters, 2 brothers. Nancy's the oldest sister. And when they're growing up, they lived in this 2-bedroom apartment. Jonathan is the youngest, so he would sleep in the parents' room. The other 3 siblings, they were in the other bedroom. It was like the sibling bedroom. But Jonathan was like, you know what? I'm a big kid now. I'm going to go join my siblings in the sibling bedroom.
I think the day I was like, all right, I'm going to go to like the sibling room now. And my sisters were like, we're getting older now, so you guys can't be here anymore. So they just kind of kicked the boys out of the room, and we were just like existing in the living room.
And it's just like one of those peak sibling childhood core memory. But it's interesting because Nancy is also the type, even as the oldest, to be the first to apologize to all of her younger siblings. Back then, when they all shared a bedroom, Nikki is a clean freak. She loves everything in its designated spot. Nancy, she thinks a little mess builds a little character, okay? And Nikki hates when Nancy would sit on her bed with outside clothes. And she would tell Nancy this. But Nancy would get so deep in a conversation with Nikki. Her mind is running like a million miles an hour. She would stroll over to the bed and just plop down on the bed with outside clothes. But it's so hard for Nikki to get mad at Nancy because Nancy is also the type to remember every other little detail about everyone. When Nancy's roommate got COVID for the first time, Nancy felt bad because, isolating is inconvenient, but it makes you a little sad. It makes you lonely when you're isolating.
Like last night, her housemate was sharing with me. She remembered that his favorite childhood food was soy milk and mantou. It's like the white bread, the white buns. And she brought that and put it on his door like a prisoner. Like it was just so sweet. And that story was like, oh, see, Nancy remembers that kind of stuff. Like she remembers details because it's important to her.
Nancy's family said that she always wears her inner child on the outside. But what I found fascinating is, honestly, the duality of Nancy. She seems very vocal and vulnerable with her emotions, so people could quickly perceive her as being this extroverted, spontaneous, bubbly personality that's always on the go, always late. And she is, but she's also very responsible, a very routine-driven person, which it feels like all of those things can't be true at once, but maybe that's what makes.
I like this because this is kind of giving us a little bit more of a look into who Nancy is and who she was. I hate to say it like that, but which is nice to know the type of the person, not that she's just missing and not that we didn't know anything else about her, which is why I wanted you guys to kind of see this to learn a little bit more about her.
Makes her so good at her job. Her role in the special education department of the Alhambra Unified School District. So the whole Ng family, they love working with kids. Nikki, her sister, is a pediatric nurse, and Nancy originally was planning on being a teacher K through 5. But when she finished school, she realized it wasn't fulfilling. So she had a different calling. She specifically wanted her position because she wanted one-on-ones with students. And now she primarily does one-on-ones, or at max, like I think 2 students per 1 teacher ratio, where she works with students with disabilities. And she always talks to her family about how this is fulfilling because in this type of setting, she feels like she can hone in on what the student needs as an individual, not as what everybody needs as a class. And maybe a few students are struggling to keep up. It's just all about that one student, how to help them and how to serve them. The kids, they really like Nancy. They feel safe with her, and I think that says a lot about someone. Nikki has been getting a ton of messages from parents of students that they all really miss Nancy right now. And there's a huge level of responsibility and structure when it comes to a job like that. Work starts at 7:30 in the morning. Nancy works all the way till around 5 p.m. She's super focused on all of her students. Then after work, she goes to yoga. Then she comes home to cook dinner, catch up with friends, and then finish up some small work stuff and prep for the next day. It seems like the yoga retreat was a small break from this very busy, very responsible routine for her to just kind of reconnect with herself and rebalance so that she could better provide for her job and her students. Side note about Nancy, she also is not that good at cooking, but she gets those meal kits delivered to her house and she wants to work on her cooking skills. So after a long day of work and yoga, she comes home to try and learn how to cook. And the meal kits, they are still being delivered to Nancy. Every time her loved ones get another delivery, they open it up and they put it in the fridge. A few years ago, Nikki saw a yoga studio.
I forgot that I was the one that introduced her to the studio. It was a few years ago, and the studio was offering like a free trial, and I wanted her to come with me to try it. I ended up hating it, and she loved it, so she kept going. That's how she met the yoga retreat coordinator, because he works there. But she loved it because she felt like it was a place where she could really look inwards. Like, because her life was so busy, yoga was the only time she could truly feel present.
And it's not uncommon for Nancy to cry in yoga class, which, side note, a lot of instructors and anyone that's been doing yoga for a while, they will tell you that it's very common to cry when you're in class, working on letting the tension out of your hips. You almost feel this full body release. And if you're really present in the moment, because it's about connecting spiritually also with your body, it's not just a release of physical tension. It feels like an emotional release. It's a cleansing feeling. So a lot of people cry. And Nancy really, really loves yoga for that. She even fell in love with the self-discipline aspect of yoga. She would do those 30-day challenges where she would attend an intense yoga class every day for 30 days straight, which is really impressive because usually by like 3 days in, most people are like, okay, I think that was good enough. I'm good. But that's just who she is. Nancy is very serious about the things that she's passionate about. The mornings are the hardest for Nikki. She said,
but I think maybe the mornings are harder for me because, when I sleep, I don't always dream. Sometimes it's just black. And when I wake up, I always ask, wait, was everything that happened real? And it is.
And Stephanie, Nancy's mom, said in an interview, I miss my Nancy very much, and I hope the government can help us find answers and bring her home. That was Nancy's mom's first interview with the news network to raise awareness for her daughter. Afterwards, she broke down. She turned to Nikki, just tears streaming down her face, and she didn't even know what to say because, as much as the people working at these news outlets, they want to show compassion and they have genuine care for Nancy and her family, but it's still hard for the family to experience all of this. I mean, of course it is. And at this point, Nikki and Jonathan had done countless press interviews, and Nancy's mom now knew exactly. I mean, she knew before that it was emotionally exhausting and taxing, but she didn't realize just how much.
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
His family while they focus on bringing her home. Again, these are just my personal opinions. If you want any direct statements from the family, refer to their GoFundMe page. They actually give a lot of periodic updates on there. They also have an Instagram account, Help Us Find Nancy, that they also provide up.
Take care, Swamp Bros. Thank you for joining us. Be safe out there. Hey, JC, good to see you.
Updates. On the family GoFundMe page, there was an update as of November 9th, 2023. The family wrote on the GoFundMe page thanking law enforcement agencies who were involved, the search and rescue companies involved, press, and anyone who's donated or.
So it looks like the U.S. Department of State, the FBI, the U.S. Embassy in Guatemala, of course, the California state and local representatives, and the Ministry Publico for contributing. So they're all involved. And I can't believe that with the FBI being involved, that they can't force something with, especially with this Blazak woman. I just don't understand that. So there's that.
Or shared Nancy's story. They wrote, it brings tears to our eyes and a smile to our face when we think of how Nancy would react to all of this being done for her. We can hear her saying, it's okay, guys. You really don't have to go through all this trouble. Sometimes it's tempting to take those words to heart. Nothing about this has been easy. It's hard waking up every day to a world where Nancy isn't a phone call away and then mustering up the strength to get up and do everything in our power to find her. It's exhausting to be vulnerable in front of a camera and plead for help, and hurtful to read insensitive internet comments about someone that you love so dearly. But the worst of it all is the uncertainty. Not knowing what exactly happened to Nancy or where she is, not knowing which nightmare scenario is reality. But despite the sadness, suffering, frustration, and uncertainty, our determination to find Nancy is unwavering. Though we fear the possibility of never finding answers we seek, we can't help but fight for them. For Nancy. She might think it's too much trouble, but we know that she would do the exact same for us. And that is the current ongoing situation. So please check all the links in the.
That's who we were talking about earlier, Mom. Shanquella Robinson. I agree with you 100%.
Description, and keep Nancy and her family in your thoughts. Please be safe, everyone, and we will see you guys on Wednesday.
Again, thank you. That footage was provided by Rotten Mango. And like I said, I just kind of wanted to show that one because it gave us a little more insight into who Nancy was at a personal level, and I think that's important when we're trying to find somebody. So that's why I wanted to show that to you, and it gave a couple more little details that we didn't really have.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if I was this family, I would, at bare minimum, be looking at filing a civil wrongful death lawsuit against the organizers of the retreat. It's no amount of money is ever going to bring her back, but
Agreed.
that will at least in some way provide a little bit of justice towards her loss.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Oh no, that's our other co-host, Mecky. No worries. Chuck, he's cool.
Yeah, he
He's all right.
steps in when I can't be here.
Do what?
He steps in when I can't be here.
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting there chilling. Probably can't see him very well. Hold on. There you go. Say hi, Chuck. You're lucky I don't have him sitting here talking the whole time, too. That would freak everybody out. So, Shanquella's family, I heard, just filed it. Yeah, and that's, again, this is our country. This is not stepping up doing what they're supposed to do, at least in Shanquella's case, because Mexico said, we'll extradite him over here. All you got to do is sign off on it. United States. They chose not to, and that woman has no justice. They beat the living death out of her, literally broke her spine, folks. Okay. Left her to die, came home. Nothing's been done or said since, and it's disgustingly sad to me. This is very sad to see the pain that this her sister is going through, as well as the rest of the family, just wanting answers as to where what happened. And you have one person that could give that answer that won't talk to anybody. And it's bullshit. I'm sorry. Absolute bullshit. I feel so bad for them. So there it is, guys. Nancy Eng. I never say it right, I don't think. Nancy Eng. That was the first one, and the other one won't be as long as that one. And that's why I was going to cover these two today, because they're both wild to me. And that one, I have a lot of questions. I'll just say questions. And Tomboy actually made me question things I wasn't questioning. Was she ever even on that water? Granted, we've seen a picture of her in a kayak in the lake, but that doesn't mean that it was the day that they said it was and the time that they said it was. That's all I'm saying. I think Christina Blazek has a lot of things to answer for. She should open her mouth and start doing that. If you have any kind of humanity in your body whatsoever, then you need to be talking to people. 100%. That's all there is to it. If you really don't know anything, then you claim that you don't know anything. That's all there is. But whatever you do know, you need to be telling people right out of the gate. All right, one moment. Bear with me. I'm trying to load something in real quick. Yeah, good point. JC, good point. Okay, so the next one you guys were looking into, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Jameson family disappearance. Does anybody remember that or ever heard of that?
Yeah, that's an Oklahoma case. I've covered it before. That one is wild.
It's crazy. absolutely crazy. And yeah, Oklahoma for sure. And I don't get it. So that's another reason why we're looking into it. I got a little bit on, well, I have enough on it. And hang on a minute here. Hang on, guys. I'm working on my computer's doing that slow thing again for some reason. Almost. Hold on. Okay. Sorry. I got one of them to work. Here we go. Hopefully, I don't know why this has been doing this. Sorry, Mackie. Let me know how the audio is on this one, you guys. I would think that they should be able to pull some kind of a lawsuit on it. I think they did file some form of a thing on it. I am not 100%, but yeah, they should. I would think.
The disappearance of the Jamison family of Eufaula, Oklahoma, is a complex mystery. For nearly 2 years, missing persons posters have been circulating asking for clues as to what happened to them. Bobby Jamison, his wife Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison were last known to be alive on October 8, 2009. There are no solid leads in the case.
It doesn't make sense to anybody. None of their actions make any sense to anybody that's ever looked at the case.
Latimer County Sheriff Robbie Brooks says he has a few theories, one being,
I believe that she could have taken him out and committed, murder-suicide, committed murder on him and Madison, and killed herself.
Bobby Jamison's mother, Star Jamison, thinks this.
It just doesn't sit right with me. I think they were abducted. I really do. I just don't know what else could have happened.
Sherilyn's best friend, Nikki Chenault, feels this way.
I can't say why or how, but I think that that somebody killed them, and I think someone has Madison, and I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna find her.
What is known about the case is that the family left their $300,000 house on Lake Eufaula that they couldn't afford anymore for a road trip on October 8th. With GPS coordinates in hand, they headed for a remote area in Latimer County, 60 miles from their home. They were going to look at some property for sale. Finding it is no easy task. The journey is a 7-mile trek up a small mountain with many options for turning onto other dirt roads. It's a treacherous climb. After several turns, you finally reach a plateau. It was created for a well site. Deputy Jeremy Anderson is our guide.
Most of the people that come and live up in this area are people that are more or less interested in kind of separating themselves from society.
The property for sale is up and beyond this bluff. Investigators say they know the Jamesons spent some time here. An abandoned vehicle had been spray painted with religious graffiti. It's believed Sherilyn did the painting because it matches similar graffiti on a metal container they had purchased to move to the wilderness and live in. Another indication of their time here, a picture of little Madison taken on a family cell phone as she sat on rocks in the area. That cell phone was found inside the family's locked truck on October 17th, 9 days after the Jamesons were last seen. Their truck was discovered on the dirt road used to enter the well site property by some people on four-wheelers.
This area was like right in here is where the truck was found. The nose was nose down, like it was leaving the location.
Inside the truck was Madison's small dog, Maisie. She was near death. Everything appeared as if the family planned to return.
They'd left their cell phones, their dog, and a substantial amount of cash and jackets and everything else. And like I said, it was getting toward the cooler time.
And here's where it starts weird. Okay, you heard in the beginning, they stated that this family was not doing well financially. They were struggling, this and that.
Correct.
They found $32,000 in cash in that truck.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what? Okay. And here's the deal. Anybody could have taken that money. Here's my problem with this. If they were carjacked or whatever, why'd you leave the money?
Well, the question is where did they get $32,000? Because they had been struggling for quite some time. He was, I don't even think his disability had gone completely through yet, or he was on it, but it was a very minimal disability payment. And that's pretty much what they were living off of, which is why they got the metal container supposedly to go live out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, there's questions as to whether he was dealing drugs or not, and that's where the money came from.
And Cheryl had the wife, she was bipolar and wasn't always on her medication. So they struggled with that aspect of it too. There was a lot of issues and financially, like you said. So to have $32,000 in cash in the vehicle, there's a problem. Now, as you'll probably find out here, just to let you know, the area that the truck was found in is a very high drug area per se, I guess, to state it in the best way I can. And it's wondered if that's a possibility there. So I'll shut up now.
Of the year.
Extensive searches of the area took place days after the Jamesons' truck was discovered. 330 volunteers, along with law enforcement, scoured the area by air, foot, and with horse teams. Did they simply get lost in a vast, dense, uninhabited area? Or was there something more sinister at play?
She claimed to her neighbors that she was a witch and she was going to cast spells on them and this and that.
The investigation shows Sherilyn had a very troubled mind. She suffered from bipolar disorder and was on and off her medication. Her journal writings were found in the abandoned vehicle and in their Eufaula home. The large case file includes some of Sherilyn's writings. Some indicate a marriage in ruins.
You are a very toxic person. You need to find happiness. You contaminate everything that you're around. It breaks my heart and saddens my soul that you have turned into the monster that you are. I would not wish my daughter to be raised in foster care because of you being in prison for attempted murder and her mother dead.
But just 3 days before the family went missing, she wrote this.
Bobby Jameson A genius, a man with special gifts, a loving and tender soul. With all my love and always forever, Sherry Lynn, hippie chic. According to the case file, Bobby was troubled in the days before they disappeared. He and Sherilyn met with a minister. These are investigative notes from that meeting. Sherry said in a meeting that she could speak to the dead, and her daughter had the same power. Bobby told Gary Brandon, the pastor, that he was afraid of the demons and was looking at high-powered shells online. Bobby said between 2 and 4 a.m., spirits walking on the roof, October 2nd and 3rd last
This is the Jameson family case, Molly.
time he saw them. Bobby on the phone trying to find special bullets, reading satanic Bible for natural remedies. Contrary to Bobby's disturbing thoughts and behavior is a statement from a man who talked to Bobby on October 7th. That was the day the family drove to the remote Latimer County location where they were unable to find their way to the land for sale. He was upbeat and friendly. We talked a long time, as I do with many folks. Most often I meet with people, but he mainly wanted my GPS numbers so he could go find the land. He said he had a BlackBerry phone with GPS on it, and they were adventuresome and wanted to check out themselves. Sheriff Brooks doesn't see the couple that way.
I believe that they were probably high on drugs, high on methamphetamine at the time that they went up to visit the property. The last time they went to visit the property, that they got out of their car and they wandered off into the mountains.
From what you're gathering from your information that you've gathered, both were frequent meth users.
Yes.
Every day?
Yes.
However, Bobby's mother, Star, and Sherilyn's best friend, Nikki, don't buy that. We met with them at the Jamesons' home on Lake Eufaula. The couple renovated it. Everything in the home is high-end. The house is the antithesis of their talked-about new life living in a container in the wilderness. Star lived with the couple here for 4 months, taking care of Madison when Sherilyn was suffering from depression.
So if I was out in the yard, she'd be right there with me. But it'd be funny. She'd have the best time.
Star explains she was estranged from the couple in the months leading up to the disappearance because of Sherilyn's emotional problems. Nikki says she last talked to her friend 10 days before the family vanished.
She showed up on my door with Madison.
Nikki says Sherilyn wasn't in her right mind, but she knows from her experience with meth many years ago that Sherilyn was not using.
When someone is on that drug, you just know how they act. And Sherilyn was acting like she wasn't on her medication, but she was not using. I mean, and I can tell you that had she been, there definitely would have been something found in the house.
Both Nikki and Star say there was also no meth evidence found in their abandoned truck. Star says everything was normal in the house, but there was evidence the two were searching for religious guidance.
They had, their Bibles laying out on the table. They had their, all of the dictionaries and things of the Bible. I mean, big, thick books.
She says Bobby's actions were not that of a man going off the deep end.
And the day before all this happened, Bobby was checking into schools for Madison.
Star believes the couple was back on track in their marriage. Still, both Star and Nikki are troubled about so many aspects of the case. Nikki says Sherilyn and Bobby had a handyman living with them in the weeks before the disappearance. Nikki says Sherilyn, who boasted about her Native American heritage, was scared of him.
He sat down right next to her, probably as close as we are, and told her, I'm a white supremacist, and people like you should die, or I should kill you, or something like that, because you're not pure.
She says Sherilyn retrieved a gun from upstairs and shot at the ground outside near the handyman when he refused to leave. After that, he did leave. Star and Nikki are also disturbed by the picture of Madison taken in the area of the well site.
The picture of Madison on the cell phone is a big one for me.
Why?
She looks terrified.
I was going to mention that to you guys, too. That does not look like a happy child to me. She doesn't look like she's having fun. You see what I'm saying? So it looks like she's either in pain or I don't know, but it's a strange photo. I'll say that's fact.
Yeah.
That's not her smile. That's not her face when she's happy.
They showed Madison with her arms crossed, and Madison never did that before. And she was looking away from the camera. She wasn't looking at the camera.
Sheriff Brooks believes the family's bones are somewhere on the mountain. He thinks they were either the victims of a double murder and suicide, or they got lost and died of exposure.
But, I may be wrong. The Mexican mafia could have done it.
Why do you say Mexican mafia?
And why would somebody take a picture of your child looking like that too? In pain. Or whatever it is, that's just strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. Just uncomfortable photo all the way around.
They were either the victims of a double murder and suicide, or they got lost and died of exposure.
But, I may be wrong. The Mexican mafia could have done it.
Why do you say Mexican mafia? Where does that come from?
That's the theory. Because Bobby's dad, it was alleged that he was linked to the Mexican mafia, and they had burned one of his businesses down in Oklahoma City.
Bobby's father died of natural causes in December of 2009. According to investigators, he was estranged from Bobby and left his estate to Madison. Nikki and Starr agreed to this interview in hopes of restarting an investigation that has stalled.
I'm just saying it seems like that people are just too quick to sweep this family under the rug. It's not right. They're people.
Okay, so that's the first one. Did I can't I was sitting here with you guys, but did they explain the letter that Sherilyn had written to Bobby that was found in the truck as well? It was a real hateful letter, and it was interesting. And I'm gonna show you guys some footage too. They have some CCTV footage of them the day that they left to go on this trip. Good Lord. One moment, folks.
They talked about a letter, but I don't remember anything about it being hateful.
Yeah, it was a letter that Sherilyn had written to Bobby talking about basically hating him and hoping this and that for him in bad ways and all sorts of stuff. I don't know if they actually got into the details of it in here. With one of the other ones we have, it does explain that. So hold on 1 second. This is what I struggle with. The dog is left in the car. $32,000 in cash is left in the car. Wallet, phones, all this stuff is left in the car. This is strange to me. It completely strange to me.
It's as if they were intending on coming back.
Right. Like something they walked away for whatever reason and they were coming back later on. And if anybody had
in the
Go ahead.
weeks leading up to the disappearance, it's important to note that Bobby Jameson and his dad had a major falling out, and there was a lawsuit going on. The dad apparently had accused Bobby Jameson of hitting his vehicle or something like that. Now, authorities say that the father's absolutely not involved in the disappearance, but I find it a little coincidental.
Agreed. And I agree with SRB. I don't buy cartel either or anything even remotely close to that. The money would not have been left there, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
No way.
No way in hell. That's too much money to leave sitting in a truck that, it's just not possible to me. Agreed brutally, 100%. And I don't think it gets enough attention. You know what I mean? So it's good to see you, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, crazy, crazy things, folks. It's just weird to me. And again, it haunts me, literally haunts me. That photograph of Madison. It's one of the weirdest photos I've ever seen of a child. It's strange. There's something about it that when you're looking at it, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. So he says, is it possible that there is a meth lab somewhere in those woods or even a MJ? Yeah, anything's possible, Mickey. As far as the marijuana farm, I wouldn't think that would be a big deal, but the meth lab, yeah, very possible. They hide those things sometimes in the woods the best they can. They could have walked into something that they weren't aware of, or just walked off into the woods in general. Very true. Because like Arctic said, it looks like they were coming back. You know what I mean? With leaving what they left there, strange. It's just very strange. And
Yeah, initially I thought maybe a drug deal gone wrong, but then, like y'all said, the money would have been gone too, though, if it was a drug deal gone bad.
yeah, and
So,
they wouldn't have hid them though. Like if it's a cartel, they'll shoot you where you stand. They don't care.
yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't have had to dig them up or find them. And they searched for them immediately within that wooded area and didn't find anything for how long? That's crazy too. Like I said, if it was cartel, they'd have found them where they stood. End of story. It's just very weird, very strangely weird. Which doesn't mean shit because, especially then, opioids, pain pills. Come on. People have problem. I've been there, done that, guys. 12 years of it. Okay, so I know all about that. And it will make you do strange, weird things, especially when you're overdoing them.
Yep.
These are facts. I can't read. It does
They've
even.
got it all blacked out.
I figured I was gonna say. But if it's back pain, he's either on Percocet, Vicodin, or something, Oxycontin, something in that realm. They're all opioids, and you know what they can do. So
Yep.
I wondered that brutally because having that much money on them, they may have been going to look at property to put this container on, and they were going to pay cash for it. You know what I mean? And like you said, maybe walked into another situation that they shouldn't have.
And I think they had a lot more money than just that $32,000 that was found in the vehicle, because there was a brown briefcase that they were seeing on camera footage putting in the truck before they left for their trip. That briefcase was never found. That briefcase likely contained a lot more money. What if they made it to the property with that briefcase and then just got lost coming back somehow?
Exactly. Or somebody took the money at gunpoint from them or something like that and said pissed off, and they robbed them. You know what I mean? So yeah, these are all very, very huge possibilities with this kind of money. You don't go traveling around with that much money. And who knows? Art could be right, guys. They found 32,000. What if they had tripled that in this briefcase or doubled that? Okay. And or even the same amount for that matter. People will rob you for $1 nowadays, guys. So think about it, you know? If you got these people out in the middle of nowhere, they don't know you, you don't know them, they don't know what they're walking into truly. Phone call, meet up, yeah, let's do this, and bing, bang, boom, they're shot, killed, they take the money and walk away. Nobody even knows.
Yep.
The thing that really bugs me is everyone's hung up on this whole murder-suicide theory. Well, it can't necessarily have been a murder-suicide, in my opinion, because there was no weapons found where the remains would ultimately be found. If it was a murder-suicide, that gun didn't walk off, and no cause of death has ever been determined either. If it was a gunshot, they would have been able to determine that. So,
well, there's only been one set of remains. Within those remains, I believe it was his, that they found a small hole in the back of the skull. That's it. Nobody else had any gunshot wounds or any holes or anything like that in their body that they found, that they said at least. But his had in the back of his head, almost like an execution style gunshot wound, they said. But I read that hers didn't have anything like that they claimed. Neither did the little ones. So if you're going to shoot one, why did you not shoot all three? I don't get it. And if it was murder-suicide,
why leave the dog behind?
I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me either. Okay. I can't see.
And why would you take all that money up there with you if you were just going to do a murder? No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. There's the other side of it too. Okay. Something's way off with this, guys, in a bunch of different ways, and it's just so weird. So weird. And 3 miles, that's not far enough to be lost in the woods, according, if you ask me.
No, I don't think so.
If you walked in one way, you walk back out the same way, and a 3-mile walk is not that deep. Now, I will say this. They said that there were prescription pills that were being taken. They were acting weird when they were loading. So maybe, I'll give a slight maybe, that they could have gotten turned around. But at some point, a 3-mile distance, you're going to figure that out one way or
Well,
another.
and to play devil's advocate, if someone was after the father and they killed him and then left the girl and the mom there, it's very possible they wouldn't have been able to find their way back on their own.
That is very true. Now, they did say, too, though, the GPS was found in the truck. Now, I'm not saying they didn't have another one on them or they even needed one. But, yeah, you're right when you say that, too. Very good point. Thank you, Brutally. There's something that really, first off, the way she's holding her arms like this, she's guarding herself from something. She's either angry or very freaking weird, like scared about something, and it weirds me out. That look on her face is what gets me. Mekki said, or the father went on to meet or encounter whoever, and the girl stayed beyond some ways. That's possible too, Mekki. It makes good sense. Very good sense. Okay, hang on. Yeah, this one's wild to me. Very weird. Very, very weird. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Doing its super slow thing again. Okay, I have a couple other little segments on this too. Yeah, kind of. That's my thought. Like, unless somebody comes forward and says, "Hey, this is what I know happened," or what you know what I mean. I agree with you on that one. It's gonna be really hard to solve this one.
A haunted house, a bag of cash, secret extremist compounds, and the skeletal remains of a family missing more than 4 years. The Jameson family case starts out odd, gets bizarre, and turns downright sinister. This has got to be one of the strangest unsolved mysteries you'll ever hear. Let's get into it. Hi, I'm Chris. Welcome to True Crime Recaps. I have an unforgettable whodunit to tell you about today, and I'm looking forward to hearing your theories. And here's what you need to know. The Jameson family members were 44-year-old Bobby, 40-year-old Sherilyn, 6-year-old Madison, and their dog Maisie. And they were last seen in Red Oak, Latimer County, Oklahoma on October 8th, 2009. On the day they disappeared, the whole family, including Maisie, drove up to Panola Mountain to check out a 40-acre plot of land they were thinking of buying. At the time, they lived about an hour away in Eufaula, but their plan was to convert a large storage container they owned into a living space up there. Now, normally, the real estate agent would have met them at the property they were considering. But for some reason, on that last day, they specifically told her they wanted to see it alone. All they wanted from her were the GPS coordinates so they could find the place, which was out in the middle of nowhere.
See, that's kind of weird too. Why would you not want the real estate agent there and want to be doing it on your own? That's just, I don't know. Another weird piece of info.
A legend has it the mountains served as a hideout for outlaws like Jesse James and Belle Starr. And these days, locals, including Sherilyn's mother, whisper about extremists, cults, and drug dealers using the mountains as a secluded base of operations. And they didn't take kindly to outsiders, not then and not now. It was a strange choice for the Jamesons' new home, but they were determined to get away from it all and start fresh. Sadly, They never got that chance. 8 days later, their pickup was spotted. Their dog Maisie was clinging to life inside. She'd been eating her own feces to survive. The family's belongings were also left behind, including their wallets, Sherilyn's purse, their phones and jackets. As strange as it sounds, it gets weirder. A bag holding more than $30,000 in cash was shoved under the seat, untouched, and an 11-page letter from Sherilyn to her husband was in her purse. And it can only be described as a hate letter since it was filled with accusations and insults. But there was no sign of a struggle, no traces of blood, and no damage to the truck. Now, earlier that day, they spoke to a man who lived near the land they were eyeing. His place was less than half a mile away from the truck. He says they chatted briefly and he saw them drive away, and no one else was seen on the road after that.
That's my point, Mecky. If you don't want the real estate agent there and you're going to be there by yourself, why bring the money if you're not meeting directly with the seller or the real estate agent? That's weird. Okay. So that's why I think that's a little odd that they didn't want that person there. Unless they were meeting the owner of the property and maybe that was an interaction that went bad. Maybe that's who robbed them. I don't know. You know what I mean? But still very strange.
It was like they'd simply parked the truck in the middle of the dirt road, closed and locked the doors behind them, and vanished into thin air. And that's where the case was stalled for 4 long years. Then, in November 2013, a group of hunters stumbled across the family's remains. They were found face down, side by side, 3 miles away from the truck. Unfortunately, they'd been out in the elements for so long, their cause of death couldn't be determined. And the mystery of what happened to them in those mountains has never been solved. So there you have it. Those are the basic facts of the case, but there are some perplexing details about the family's life you need to know about. Let's start with the months leading up to the end. And this is where it gets really weird. After they disappeared, their pastor said they'd recently been seeing dark spirits in and around their house. Their daughter, Madison, saw one of those spirits as a little girl named Emily, and she'd been talking to her. And Bobby asked their pastor if he knew of special holy bullets they could use to shoot the spirits and destroy them. He also talked about exorcising the house using instructions from a satanic Bible they had. Now, the paranormal was something Sherilyn was interested in. A good friend of hers said she held seances in the house, and she spray painted their storage container with vague, ominous messages. One read, "Witches don't like their black cat killed." She thought one of their neighbors might have poisoned their cats, and that's never been proven, and no one else reported seeing anything spooky. But for what it's worth, their friends and family agree the house had a bad vibe to it. They certainly seemed to be living under a dark cloud. Less than 6 months before they disappeared, Bobby filed a restraining order against his 67-year-old father. He described him as a very dangerous man involved with prostitutes, gangs, and meth who thinks he's above the law. He claimed the man tried to kill them twice, according to the Oklahoman. And 2 months after the family vanished, his father died. He'd been sick and frail for a long time, which makes it hard to believe he could have been directly involved. But that wasn't the only public battle Bobby was fighting. He was also suing his parents for proceeds from the sale of a gas station they owned. He claimed he worked there for free with the understanding that he'd get half of it in the future. And besides the issues with them, he filed a lawsuit for damages after a car accident a few years earlier left him in severe pain. And according to the Charlie Project, for some unknown reason, they recently pulled Madison out of kindergarten and were talking about suing the school district. Bobby and Sherilyn were both unemployed and living on disability, hoping for settlement money to come in. Now, this brings up a couple of questions. How did they get to the spot where they were found? And if they weren't working at the time, where did the $30,000 in the truck come from? Their remains were less than 3 miles away, but as a friend of the family told the Keep the Search Alive blog, the distance is as the crow flies. If they hiked to that spot, it would be closer to 7 miles away over rough terrain. And none of them would have had the stamina for a hike like that. And it would have been next to impossible for Bobby to do it with his injuries. So were they taken somewhere else first, then hidden thereafter? And what about that money? Some speculate it was part of a settlement from the crash. Others say the lawsuit was still pending at the time. It's been rumored that it was drug money, but there's nothing to show the couple was using or dealing drugs at all. And if the money was key to what happened to them, why was it left behind? Interestingly, the answer might be found in the two key pieces of evidence missing from the truck, a .22 and a brown briefcase. A home security camera captured Sherilyn and Bobby packing their truck the day they left. But even that simple task looked odd. Maybe it's just because we have the benefit of hindsight, knowing what would soon happen to them. Or maybe something was very off that day. Police say the two of them made at least 20 trips back and forth between the house and the truck, and sometimes they weren't even carrying anything. It doesn't look like a word was spoken between them, and some people have described it like they were in a trance. Others have wondered if someone else was there with them, just out of sight of the camera, forcing them to pack up. Now, one thing is for certain, the brown briefcase police spotted being loaded into the truck has never been found. The former sheriff told the Oklahoman that he believes whatever was in the briefcase might have gotten them killed. And could the murder weapon have been the missing gun? It was always kept in the glove compartment, but it's never been found. Now, some reports say there was a small hole in Bobby's skull, about the size of a bullet from a .22. Was this a murder-suicide? Sherilyn struggled with severe depression. The 11-page hate letter to Bobby suggested that divorce or worse was on the horizon. But friends and family explained that away, saying it was just her way of coping, of venting, like the way a therapist might tell you to write it all down in a letter, but not to mail it. And there's no way of knowing if Bobby ever even saw that letter.
That's a good point, too. Briefcase could have had drugs in it instead of money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And therein, this is a very popular high-end drug area. So, you know what I mean? That could have been
And
it.
them saying that there's no evidence of drug use. Well, what about the strange behavior, the painting the witchcraft symbols on shit, the getting a satanic Bible to exorcise the house and stuff? That's not necessarily the behavior of someone's mind isn't clouded.
Yeah, I feel like when they say drug use, you guys can't see my hands. I'm doing quotes. Drug use. There you go. It's like, meth or something like that, not prescription.
And that's what people don't seem to understand. Guys, I was addicted to pain pills for 12 years. That's just as bad sometimes, if not worse, than being on cocaine, meth, any of that stuff, depending on how bad you have that. You know what I'm saying? It turns you sometimes from those to some other stronger drugs too. So there's that.
And a lot of people will take the prescription drugs and they will crush them up into a powder and they will inject them or snort them as well.
I used to chew mine so they would start working faster. As gross as that is, I did because I took mine. Don't get me wrong. When I say I was addicted to them, it was because I couldn't function without them, but I didn't abuse them. I took them as I was prescribed. The only thing I didn't do was swallow them with water. I would chew them at some point because I wanted them to work fast. That's all. Right. But I do know people, my oldest son used to crush up whatever he was doing, Adderall, and snort it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why? Because it hits them faster. Same shit. So, yeah.
Because you have smaller blood vessels and stuff, and the membranes in your nose are thinner, so it goes through and hits your bloodstream faster.
Same reason why you chew it. You swallow it, it gets into your stomach, and it hits your, you know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
So, it is what it is, guys. And I have no shame in what it was. My doctor didn't want to do nothing but give those to me. So that's what happened. And I couldn't function for a long time without those. And a lot of people, once they get on those, that's how they act. And a lot of times you're taking your prescribed amount. It becomes
there's the video of them out there loading the truck that says that they looked like they were in some type of trance or something. Well, if they were high on something, that would explain why they looked like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of times what happens is, especially with, look, I have no shame. I was Percocet 10 325s is what I took. Okay. You take the prescribed amount, and after so many years, that prescribed amount is not enough because you become immune to it, and
Mhm.
people will take more, which I had been guilty of at times because it just wasn't working the right way. I never went illegally overdosing on it, though, if that's what I'm trying to say. Is like a lot of people would, when you're supposed to take 2 per se or 1 every 4 to 6 hours, there's people that would take 4 and 5 and 6 of them that often. And yeah, so, and it will lead you into other drugs. A lot of people that were addicted to opioids ended up on heroin. So it's cheaper, easier to get, and it works better, according to what people have said. So, and it's a problem. And that right there, like Arctic said, could make these people be the zombies that they were. That could be why the child looks petrified.
Yeah.
If your parents are crazy and they're acting nuts, then you have, what do they have to look up to, So they could have been saying things and doing things that was scaring the hell out of her. Who knows? If suicide could have forced you to, okay, well, what happened to the baby then, brutally? That's the difference.
Well, and where's the weapon? If it was a suicide, where's the weapon at?
Never found. So, and there you go.
He had found it, would that have been motive enough for him to turn on his family? There's no indication she was afraid of him, and her marriage wasn't the only thing stressing her out. Not long before this, her sister died in a freak accident after an allergic reaction to a bee sting on her tongue. And Sherilyn was having a hard time moving past that. Maybe a fresh start in a new place was exactly what she needed. Except,
what'd you say, Mama Bear?
It said, how the hell?
Yeah. I almost did that. I had a was it a straw? Yeah, it was a straw in a can of soda one day about 3 years ago, and I was quick, thank God, because I have a slight allergy to those too. But it climbed in my straw, and I went to pick it up, and I went to suck it, and it just touched my mouth, and I spit real quick. So that could be possibly
that makes
how.
sense. Yeah.
It's
Or
still
if you
wild.
don't have a straw and it just climbs in there and you drink out of the can.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
still
that
wild to
makes-
think
'cause I'm
about.
like, what the? How the hell do you get a bee sting on your tongue? Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry.
And yes, brutally, that's exactly what happens. Especially here in Ohio, because we had a lot of script writing doctors that were doing that. They were just because the DEA was looking at them. My doctor was one of them, my old doctor, that was the DEA shut him down and they just cut your scripts off cold turkey. Because of that, a lot of people went to the streets looking for whatever they could find to cover that problem. A lot of them went to H because it's cheap and it's everywhere. And it works just as good, if not better, like I said. So, yes, that's very true, brutally.
except her son from a previous relationship didn't even know the family was planning a move. And he'd last spoken to her 2 weeks before they drove up to the mountain. So the question remains, would she have taken out her family to escape the reality she was struggling with? The people closest to her say no, not least because she wouldn't have left the family dog in the car. There's no question the dog meant everything to them. And if the small hole in Bobby's skull was actually from a .22, he was the only one found with that type of damage. The remains of Sherilyn and Madison offer no hints about what could have killed them. So if the threat didn't come from inside the family, who else might have had a motive? The only person interviewed by the police was a man who'd been renting a room in their house. Not long before she vanished, Sherilyn forced him out at gunpoint after she found out he had ties to a dangerous extremist group. Her mother thinks that might have earned her a place on the group's hit list, and rumor has it their compound was hidden up in the mountains where they disappeared. But ultimately, the former renter was cleared. The only other clues come from the phone Bobby left behind. The last picture saved shows Madison with her arms crossed, looking away from the camera. It was allegedly taken the day before they went missing. But who snapped that photo and why? And her grandma says Madison loved taking pictures. She always had a big grin on her face. Now, that's not the case here. Is this proof that something was wrong? Or is it just a candid photo of a kid ramping up to a tantrum? Is she talking to someone? Maybe Emily, the spirit child, and her parents were hoping to get a glimpse of her through the camera's lens? We may never know if that picture is significant, but his phone had another secret to share. According to Strange Outdoors, phone records showed the voicemail was accessed on the 12th, 4 days after they were last seen. If that's accurate, then who checked it and why? One thing's for sure, each clue can be interpreted in 100 different ways. What's your theory? Thanks for spending some time with us today. If you like getting all the crime in half the time, Amy and I are here every week with new recaps.
So that is an interesting piece of information. 4 days. All right, hold on. Again, I couldn't find any news segments on this. It's weird.
That's weird.
So I had to put a bunch of different pieces of different stuff together like I could. Like I do with some of these. Hold on a minute here.
I noticed that too, Mecky Techie, but I didn't know if it.
It's the red on the collar of her shirt. I didn't see that. You guys got good eyes. You guys are good for this. For real though.
Brutally, I don't agree with cutting people off either. I know someone that went to pain management, and they monitor they give you the pain medications, but they monitor, how much you take when you get it. You have to go see them like once a month or every 3 months or whatever it is. And it really helped them a lot.
See, we had the pain management clinics here. My doctor was actually supposed to be doing that, but what he was doing, he got greedy. Okay. What he was doing was he was triple and quadruple booking patients, only pain patients, to the point where his patients that he had for years were complaining to the board of whatever it was that they couldn't make appointments because all of his pain people were there. I'm telling you right now, you could walk into this man's office. If I had an appointment at 11 o'clock in the morning, I would get there at like 10:30. Don't ask me why I would get there early, because I knew I wasn't going to go in early. And the office was full. It was a pretty good sized office, and there were people standing and like squatting on the floor. Okay. And I would be seen. This was every time I would go, once a month. I would be seen no earlier than about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon if I would get there at 11 every time.
Holy moly.
Yeah. And it went on like there were people coming, and it was never empty there. They were always in a, and I talked to one of the girls that worked there I had known from school, and she said that he always triple and quadruple books his patients because he gets so much from that.
Yeah.
And it was like the appointments were a joke, folks. You would go in, I would sit and wait 3, 4, 5 hours. I'd go in the back, as I just walk in, and I sat in the back for, I don't know, probably 45 minutes before he would walk into the room. He'd walk in and go, "How you doing?" "I'm good." He already had the scripts written out. He would just sign each one of them. "Here you go. Have a good day." I had to stop him multiple times, like, "Hey, doc, I got this going on too." "Oh, you're my doctor, like I got malaria or something. Do you care?" You know what I mean?
Nope.
And he didn't. He did. It was like, "Oh, well," and it was like a bother to have him sit and talk to you for 5 minutes. So, and he was just boom, ba boom, room to room to room. That's all he did all day long, you guys.
Yep.
And the man, the man was rich after the fact. He ended up making stupid money off this. And you also, from what I found out from the girl that worked in the office, every script you write, you get a kickback from the pharmaceutical companies.
That's what caused the problem to begin with, is because these doctors were getting all the kickbacks from big pharma, and so they were prescribing opioids like they were goddamn Tic Tacs.
Exactly.
Guys, I swear to Christ, I talked to somebody that went in there with a flipping hangnail on their toe, and they got a script written for him for Vicodin.
Yeah. Yep.
When I went in with my neck and back initially, I had an MRI done. I think I had a CAT scan done too. And he said, well, what we're going to do is write you. He gave me the Percocet 5s we started with at that time. And he also gave me Robaxin, I think, which is like a muscle relaxer. And he gave me Valium. And I'm like, well, what's the Valium for? He goes, well, it's kind of like, from the anxiety that you may have from it, this and that. I'm like, oh, okay. So, and I never really took the Valium. Every now and again, when I get whacked out, I would take one, but whatever.
Right.
And then he wanted to get in for a little short period of time. He gave me another pain pill. He put me up to the 10 325s after about 3 months. And then he was writing me for 5 325s as breakthrough pain. And I'm like, dude, I didn't even take those. I just stopped. Like, it was crazy to me. And I know people that were going into his office. I stayed on the 10s for the whole rest of the time I was there that were on 30 Percocet 30s.
Wow.
Percocet 60s, which I didn't even know they made.
Right.
And they were just whatever. And some people that went in there started off on like what is that? It was synthetic tramadol and ended up on Oxycontin because they kept saying, I need more, I need more, I need more. And he would just write it. He didn't even blink. He'd just write it for you.
Yep.
And then the last I heard was the DEA was like inside him almost. Okay. And that's why he had started shutting everything down. And I got away from it when I did, thank God, because I could be dead right now. You never know.
Yeah, I worked for a doctor that one day we came back from lunch and the DEA, the FBI, the ISP, everybody was there. That was the first time and the only time I've ever had my rights read to me and questioned by the cops, and I was so scared.
And that's the thing is they don't care whoever works for them gets looked at too. Like you're wrapped up in their case. It's crazy.
I'm like, I don't know. I'm just here doing my medical assisting internship.
Yeah, and that's why I truly believe that medications are horrible. They really are because that's what they cause. And if you guys think back to like, I don't know, the early 90s, before that was a problem, nobody even thought twice about pain pills. I mean, if you go to the dentist and you got some Demerol or something, yay, it was great, and you're done with it, move on. It was no big deal.
Exactly.
Good Jesus. Like, what was it? Like 2001, roughly. Yeah. It just went like straight downhill. Like a flaming arrow. It was bad. Everybody I knew, and I'm telling you, everybody I knew was taking some form of a pain pill. And I'm like, most of these people didn't even have like chronic problems, like people that really have issues like I do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at least around here, if you go to the hospital, you can't get shit. Not that I would want that, because I definitely don't want to take them, but you can't even get them to give you like ibuprofen 800s now or like Tylenol 3s or something. You know what I mean? You can't get that anymore. So
after I had the twins, they asked me if I wanted any kind of pain meds. And I said, sure, you got some Tylenol, ibuprofen. They're like, huh? We were talking like pain meds. I was like, I don't need that shit. Sorry, guys.
No, okay. Okay.
Just give me some Tylenol or something. I'm good. I don't need that other stuff. Thank you very much. And they were like dumbfounded, like, wow, really?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Come on.
Here's the other side of this. Think about how many people are dead right now. How many kids are orphans living with their grandparents because of this epidemic that has happened. Okay. That's another problem with what I believe our children, okay, this generation's children have gone through, because a lot of my generation has died because of this. And these doctors should be held accountable, in my opinion. My doctor never tried to fix my problem. Never. By saying, we can do this, this, and this. I went and saw a specialist once that I requested about my neck and my back. And they told me what I could do, so on and so forth. But I had to ask for that. He didn't recommend that. I had to ask for that because that's the only way you can get into a specialist is by a referral. And so, and problem is when I went off the pain pills, I only went off the pain pills because I started drinking heavily. That's not the answer, folks. You don't go from one to the other. But it did keep me off the pain pills. So I started drinking heavily, and then I became an alcoholic per se. That was up till 6 years ago when I said, you know what? I don't need any of this. I don't want to do this anymore. And otherwise, I probably would have died from the pain pills or something worse. Granted, drinking's not good, but it saved my life in some sense for at least a few years. And then I finally just stopped that one day, and thank God I got off all of it. You know what I mean? So it's just when you're a doctor, they take an oath to fix people, to help people, to heal people. That's not healing somebody. That's you're causing more sickness. You're not healing. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy.
The doctor that I worked for, not only did he get in trouble for the overprescribing of narcotics, but he also got in trouble for insurance scams, Medicare scams, Medicaid scams, because he wasn't really seeing these people for really anything, but yet he was filing it with insurance.
My doctor went through the same shit. From my understanding, they all did. They all did. My buddy's doctor, there's 4 doctors that were in this area that were script writers that all went down at the same time, basically. And it was all for the same thing. And it's like, it's greed. Yeah. Once you see the monthly amount of money they're bringing in from what they're making off our insurances or out of pocket, some people paid out of pocket, believe that or not, or between that and the kickbacks from Big Pharma, they were bringing in thousands upon like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month between all of their customers. Okay, their patients, but they sound like customers or drug dealers is what they were. But yeah, think about that. Like, I think the one story I read about it in Ohio, like a combination of 2 doctors brought in over $2 million a month just from writing this. Okay, so it's like, Jesus Christ, are you serious? So of course they're gonna. It's legal drug dealing is what it was, at least while I were doing it, until they got greedy, and that was that. But they're set for life now, so who cares, right? You know, not to mention all the people that have died because of them, and it should be considered murder in my opinion. But it is what it is. So
yeah, and a lot of what he was prescribing too was at that time. So it would have been 95, 2000, somewhere in that range. It was the weight loss stuff, the Adipex and was it Phenergan?
Phenergan, yeah, Adipex. They did that to me and my wife too. Brandy took the Adipex. I couldn't.
Yeah, he took cash only for those though.
Most of them did because insurance won't cover that because it's not a necessity. It's ridiculous and it's expensive. They can charge whatever they want because they know people will do it. And Adipex is a legal speed, in my opinion. It's very much speed. I couldn't even take it because it gave me the jitters. Brandy took it. You're only allowed to take it for such a short period of time anyway because of what it can do to you.
It was 90 days at the time.
Yep. Same thing. Same thing.
He just kept on giving it to him.
And you know what he did though is he had another building next door. His son, which was his junior, got his medical license. His son, it was all in his name. Instead of Frank, it was Zach. Same last name. Had the building next door, and it was the weight loss center, and that's where they did over there. So it was like a whole thing. Wow. It was a damn joke. Yeah, synthetic speed, Mom, 100%.
It's very, like, almost like the same doctors, because my doctor had a son as well that worked with him.
Maybe they had it running state to state. Their last name was Veras. Started with a V.
This was Reyes.
And we're close. Reyes, Veras, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, it was just very disgusting. When you step back out of the situation that you're in and you look at it, it's like, wow, what's going on here? What happened to me? You know?
Yeah.
And it's just really sad. And like I said, I can remember there's people I know that were sitting in that office with me. And I'm going to say, we'll say about out of 50 people that I know, that you meet people sitting in a doctor's office for 5 hours a month. Plus, there's a lot of people that I went to school with that I knew from the area, so on and so forth. Out of 50 of those people, I can promise you in my right hand to God, probably 40 of them are dead.
Yikes.
That's really bad. And there's no accountability. There's no accountability whatsoever. because you sign a release when you go to that doctor.
Yep.
You sign right here that you take he takes no responsibility for this, that, and everything else. Take care, Mecky. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Valentine's Day to you. I appreciate you very much.
Bye, hon.
He takes no accountability for anything. And when you're doing what you're doing, you just sign it like it ain't no big deal. You know, it doesn't, it is what it is until you end up in that situation. You had to drug test every month. If they found any other drugs in your system, you didn't get your medication. And there were so many people that were pot smokers or weed smokers doing this, doing that too, and this and that. They didn't get their pills that month, and then they were running out on the streets trying to find shit. So it was just a big bad mistake, the whole thing. So
yeah, and that's why I said that Dope Sick on Hulu.
I've seen that.
That was a really good.
It's a big eye opener.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you haven't seen that, you should watch it.
Yeah, you guys, if you haven't seen it, pull it up and watch it. Seriously, it'll tell you, it'll answer a lot of questions a lot of people have about that whole thing. At least in my opinion.
Yeah.
The ambulance chaser attorneys and their doctors they have and their network, man, they run a racket with keeping people doped. Of course, it's all about kickbacks, Mikey. Every bit of it. And that's how a lot of people end up being addicted to drugs like meth or other things, because they start off in one aspect, whether it be Adderall or something like that. And because at some point it becomes not enough, they end up on something stronger. That's what happened to my son. Yep. He was taking Adderall and it became not enough and found meth. Well, there you go. Arctic said you had issues with something, didn't you? At one point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it started off the same way. Basically, you know, the Adderall stopped working. I moved on to stuff that did work, and you know, and then I started losing weight when I was on it, and I was like, well, hell, I'm going to stay on this shit forever until,
right?
No.
That's it right there. It shouldn't be that way. People survived for eons without taking all this shit, okay? And do you know that there's so much stuff that grows out in my yard that can be used for the same shit? There's natural painkillers that grow. There's this, there's that. I'm not a holistic freak or anything like that, but it is out there. Yeah. It is out there. And there's none of that synthetic bullshit that will kill you in it, you know? So
the saying mind over matter isn't just a saying.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
I just wish that I could quit smoking the same way like I did the other way.
Right.
That one, I don't care what drugs you're on.
It's a hard one.
These things are the worst in the world. So,
yep.
But anyway, all right, let's get this last piece of stuff out here, and that way you guys can get away from me. I'm sure you're sick of my voice already. But this case is driving me nuts too. I'm really, really curious about both of these. And I wanted to run both of them because I wanted to, I'll be honest with you. The reason why we're doing these two today is because I couldn't decide. I liked both of them and wanted to put them both out so bad that I just said, piss on it. We'll do them both.
There you go.
There you go.
They both need attention anyway, you guys. Yeah, so
definitely.
As haunted investigators and online sleuths alike, and as we begin 2022, we are still no closer to finding out the truth. The Jameson family, comprised of 44-year-old Bobby, 40-year-old Sherry Lynn, and their 6-year-old daughter, Madison, called Eufaula, Oklahoma, home. Life hadn't always been easy for the Jamesons. And in 2003, following a horrific car accident, Bobby would be left with severe and chronic back pain, making it difficult for him to hold down a job. Sherry Lynn suffered from bipolar disorder and depression, and found it hard to manage her condition, even with medication. The two battled their respective demons, but it ultimately took a toll on their marriage, straining the relationship and leading to odd behavior from the couple. In 2009, Cheryl Lynn attempted to take her own life, following the breakdown of her first marriage. In this marriage, Cheryl Lynn and her ex-husband had a child, Colton, who described his mother as very depressed and said that she acted strangely. Following the breakdown of the relationship, Colton opted to live with his father, leaving his mother to live with her new partner. Those around Bobby and Cheryl Lynn couldn't help but notice the bizarre behavior that they were exhibiting. Cheryl Lynn and one of her friends would conduct seances and dabble in witchcraft. At one point, Cheryl Lynn believed that her black cat, or familiar, had been poisoned and took to writing in the local area, 3 cats killed to date by people in this area. Witches did not like it when their cats were killed. This wasn't the only occult belief that Cheryl Lynn held, and Bobby and herself told their local pastor that they believed that their house was being haunted by a demonic entity. And instead of consulting with local clergymen, Bobby took it upon himself to buy a satanic Bible and get ready to perform an exorcism himself. Was this a case of folie à deux, or were the Jamesons really being haunted by a dark and demonic presence? Either way, something prompted them to start looking for a new home. And in October of 2009, they packed their bags and headed into Oklahoma's San Juan Mountains to meet with a property owner about buying a 40-acre plot of land. Those in the Jamesons' lives were puzzled by this detail, as neither of them had ever expressed interest in moving into San Juan Mountains, and it appeared as a very impromptu decision. On October 8th, 2009, Bobby, Cheryl Lynn, and Madison packed up their truck, left their Eufaula home, and headed for San Juan Mountains. Days passed and nobody had seen or heard from the Jamesons, which didn't strike their family members as odd. Those in the local community knew that the Jamesons liked to keep to themselves, but did notice that their house was eerily silent. Madison had also recently been pulled out of school, and those who knew the Jamesons figured that they had gone on a short holiday and would be back anytime soon. It wasn't until their car was discovered in Lattimore County on October 17, 2009, that alarm bells began ringing. The Lattimore County Sheriff's Office attempted to locate the owners of the vehicle, but to no avail. ID, cards, wallets, phones, even the family dog, who was malnourished, all sat in the Jamesons' car, completely untouched. After speaking to the Jamesons' family members, the Lattimore County Sheriff's Office realized that nobody had seen or even heard from them since October 8, 2009. The abandoned car was now officially a crime scene, and the Jamesons were considered missing. Also inside the car, the sheriff's office found $32,000 in cash, suggesting that the Jamesons were planning on closing the deal that very day. The presence of this money ruled out a robbery as a motive for their bizarre disappearance, and the Lattimore County Sheriff's Office focused their efforts on locating the Jamesons as quickly as possible. As the days passed, there was still no sign of the Jamesons, and the police began digging into every aspect of their personal lives to see if they had any reason to disappear. One bizarre thing to note is that at the time of their disappearance, the Jamesons were claiming disability benefits due to their conditions, and money was often a struggle for them. So this begs the question, how had they suddenly come up with $32,000? Along with the money, investigators also uncovered a long letter written by Cheryl Lynn addressed to Bobby, detailing all the things that she despised about him and telling him that she wanted a divorce. The most disturbing clue found inside the Jamesons' truck was found on Bobby's cell phone. During the forensic examination of its contents, officers found a photograph of 6-year-old Madison, who appears distressed and distraught. This photo has caused controversy with some people.
And one thing to remember with this photograph too that I wasn't saying earlier, now that I'm thinking about it, is the phone was in the truck. So whatever went on when they left the truck, this picture can't be from that because it was in the truck.
Do you see that red spot on her shirt now, Dago?
Yeah, right here.
Yep.
I
I
do
mean, it
now.
could just be juice or something, but
Around her mouth, maybe. Yeah, it could be. But if you look, I was looking at this. If you look at the side of her face here, it looks like she's either like been smacked or she's like worked up, like kids get when they're like running around going crazy. So it's kind of red and blotchy right there.
yeah. Or she's really upset about something and
Right.
she's been crying, and so
Yeah.
her face is broken out. Yeah.
And with this stance here, that's either anger or like freaking out, something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, very
Well, and the
uncomfortable.
dog was everything to her. If she was separated from that dog for any period of time, that would explain why she's so agitated. So,
Yeah, but the thing is though, is the phone was found in the truck. They weren't. It's separate from where they were found, which I don't know. Did they go back to the truck and then disappear after they were
well,
out
who's
walking
to say
around?
that any one of them took the picture? What if it was someone who had, who was responsible for their death that took the picture and stuck the phone back in the truck?
That's there you go. There you go. Good point.
Easily
Good
wipe
point.
their prints off.
100%. If they knew it there, yeah. And all around her face, I was looking at this earlier, is red. Up here, it's red, like she was crying or freaking out or something. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just now saw that though. I didn't see that before, but that could have been little kids do that, but you don't know.
Yeah.
She's missing a couple teeth, which that looks to be old, but still. She could have been upset over the dog too.
Yeah.
Thinking that she looks distressed, and some thinking that she looks happy, and that the photo was just badly timed or caught the.
There ain't nothing happy about that. We saw pictures of her smiling. There is no happy there at all. That's not a smile from her anywhere near. Or the picture was taken before she left the truck. Good point, SRB.
Yeah.
Whatever happened could have happened before they all walked away from the truck. That's very true.
Mm-hmm.
Stop with the spam calls. So yeah, very possible.
Situation out of context. During the investigation, the sheriff's office uncovered a creepy piece of CCTV footage from October 8th, 2009. The footage shows Sherilyn and Bobby loading up the truck in a trance-like state. The two move back and forth between the house and the truck several times in bizarre movements. Sherilyn's and Bobby's movements almost look unnatural, and the family are completely devoid of any emotion. In one shot, Sherilyn can be seen putting a brown briefcase into the vehicle, and this was the only item that was unaccounted for, along with her gun. Once the couple finished their bizarre routine of trips, they loaded into the car and drove off, never to be seen again.
See, that brown briefcase is bugging the shit out of me, and the fact that her gun was missing too.
Exactly, because I
They
don't
had
know
the
what.
gun in the briefcase with them.
Yeah, I mean, what was in that briefcase? For all we know, it could have been drugs. It could have been more money. We
Yep.
don't know what was in that briefcase.
I'm going to guarantee you it was one of those two things at the very least. It was either drugs or money, and either one of those things could have been the end right there.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
And that's why I agree with you too. The briefcase, in my opinion, is the key because if
Yep.
the briefcase was never found, the gun was never found. That's the end of it. So,
Yeah.
in my opinion, that right there, if they could find that, that'd be the answer to whatever happened. Possibly, I agree with you on that, SRB.
And I'm going to assume that they never found a bullet or anything around the remains.
They found a hole in the back of his head, in back of his skull when they found it.
Mhm.
They were all three laying face down, but that doesn't mean anything. Side by side, that could have just been something. And there was no weapon found. Arctic stressed that multiple times. Never in any of these things, they never found a weapon. They never mentioned any other gunshot wounds or holes in any of the other two
And they
bodies.
never conclusively said that the hole in the back of his skull was from a gun.
Yeah.
They said it could have come from a 22.
Yes. Yeah, it could have. It looks like
No
it.
bullets.
They never said they found a bullet inside the skull.
Okay.
Nope.
So,
Nope.
and there was no exit wound. Okay, if it goes into the skull, it's going to rattle around inside.
Yeah.
You know.
Hmm.
Never said that either. So that may not have been what it was. The hell, somebody could have drilled a hole in the back of his head with a drill. I've seen shit done like that too.
Absolutely.
100% weird shit like that happens all the time. I'm not saying that's what happened, you guys. I'm just saying we don't know. Because they don't know. It's just crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy to me.
Despite exhaustive efforts by the Latimer County Sheriff's Office, search and rescue teams, and volunteers, no sign of the Jamesons was discovered during the initial search. Then in 2013, a shocking discovery blew the case wide open. On November 16th, 2013, deer hunters in the Smokestack Hollow area of Panola Mountain made a horrific discovery. These hunters were well seasoned and used to discovering grisly sights, but nothing could have prepared them for what they had found. Hidden in an isolated area were the human skeletal remains of 2 adults and 1 child. All that had been left by foraging animals were their skulls, a few bones, and some items of clothing. The deer hunters ran to an area with cell phone service and immediately.
The other thing is when they initially found the truck, they did a pretty massive search, they said, and didn't find anything until quite a ways later. That's a little strange for me too. That whole area was searched, which is where they found them at. Why didn't they find them the first time?
Right.
That's something that it's like nagging at me a little bit too. You know what I mean? So.
Immediately called the Lattimore County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office arrived at the scene, and in the back of their minds, they knew what they had discovered, and it was now up to the Oklahoma Medical Examiner's Office to confirm that via testing. Through forensic, pathological, and anthropological testing, the medical examiner was able to conclude that the remains found in Smoke Shack Hollow were those of the Jamesons. Their remains had been found less than 3 miles from where their car had been abandoned, and due to the state of the remains, a cause of death could not be determined. While this discovery answered the question of where were the Jamesons, it did little to help answer the question of what happened to the Jamesons. With their bodies now discovered, the Lattimore County Sheriff's Office found themselves with more questions than answers. For 12 years, this case has baffled investigators, and in 2022, we still aren't sure what happened to the Jamesons. With a resounding lack of evidence, all we can do is speculate. There are many theories in this case, and while some of them hold weight, others seem more like wild conspiracy theories that are just too wild to be true. The first theory is that the Jamesons were involved in the trafficking and use of meth. Sherilyn's mother claimed that the two had lost an alarming amount of weight prior to their disappearance.
Pain pills can do that too, though. Opioids do the same thing because people that take opioids, they don't eat. Been there, done that. Just saying. So it doesn't have to just necessarily be meth. It could have been their pain pills that they were taking. So just saying.
And online sleuths speculate that the $32,000 had come from the couple selling drugs. Is it possible that the Jamesons had gone out to the mountains that day to meet with a potential client and met with foul play?
And if that was the case too, why did they live so under their means if they were selling drugs? Or unless they had just started doing it? That's another question I have, because they wouldn't have lived the way they lived if they were doing it and had $32,000 in cash. You could survive pretty decently that way, in my opinion. So
If that is the case, why wasn't the money stolen? After all, that is the main interest in their business relationship. The second theory is a little closer to home and ties to Bobby's family, more specifically, Bobby's father. Bob Sr. and the Jamesons had come to blows in the recent months, and the situation had escalated so far that Bobby and Cheryl Lynn had taken out a protective order against Bob Sr. and had installed CCTV cameras. The father and son had fallen out over business dealings, and Bob Sr. was known as a violent man. Bob Sr. had threatened to kill the couple on multiple occasions and had also apparently run Bobby over in 2008. While Bob Sr. was a violent and unpredictable man, he also had a solid alibi. 2 months after the Jamesons' disappearance, Bob Sr. passed away, and in the months before that, he was bedbound in a serious condition. He would have been physically unable to harm the Jamesons, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that he got someone else to do his dirty work for him. According to official reports, Bob Sr. is no longer a suspect, but that hasn't stopped online sleuths from speculating. The next theory circles back around to Cheryl Lynn's involvement in witchcraft and the couple's claims that they had been haunted by a demonic spirit. Some in the community and online believe that Cheryl Lynn and Bobby had become involved in a cult, and that the money in the new land was somehow connected to that. Perhaps the family had worked themselves up into such a frenzy that they felt their only escape was to drive out to the mountains and find a new place to live. There has been little in the way of solid evidence put forward to support this theory, and for that reason, it simply remains a theory. The last plausible explanation is that the Jamesons vanished of their own volition, that either Bobby or Cheryl Lynn killed their family members before taking their own lives. In the months before their mysterious disappearance, their lives appeared to have been spiraling out of control, and while this motive is likely, it doesn't explain why they took a suitcase containing $32,000 to the middle of the mountains and chose a remote location to do it. Is it possible that one of them set up the property sale as a ruse to get their family in an isolated location where they were unable to run or fight back? Perhaps neither Cheryl Lynn nor Bobby are to blame, and that the person selling the land had lured them in, only to swoop in and kill them. There are theories out there that suggest that the couple were involved in the use and sale of meth, and perhaps they had crossed the wrong people, or were targeted by an organized crime group for stepping on their toes. 12 years have passed without answers, and investigators fear it may be 12 more before the truth is finally discovered. Anyone with information is urged to contact the Latimer County Sheriff's Office at 918-689-2172. That is all for this.
And that'll do it, guys, for the Jameson family. Another strangely weird situation. That I, honest and truly, another situation that I do not believe will ever be answered unless somebody says, this is what happened, I was there, or it was me, or something like that, and the odds of that happening are slim to zero.
Yeah.
Um,
Because it's been how many years now?
oh God, 15. It's been over 15 years now. Again, and there's not been even a glimpse of an answer to anything. There's no updates. I've looked into that. I can't find anything. I dug deep on that one too to try to find anything extra. Nothing else. That's why I showed you guys. I try to show you guys different variations of the same thing because there's little bits and pieces of different things that we don't hear. Sometimes it's the same shit you got to hear over and over again. I'm sorry for that, but at the same time, you get extra pieces and it ingrains it into your mind, hearing it again and again. You know what I mean? So you don't forget things on it. Still, it's a very strange one. Again, it could be multiple different things in my opinion, and I don't think anybody's gonna ever know anything on that one specifically until somebody were to come forward, or somebody that knows somebody comes forward. This is that stuff I was telling you guys about, the Gator Light Zero.
Not even heard of it or seen it.
Neither did we until she saw it in the store and bought it just for that reason. It's got all the electrolytes that you need and everything, and I'm telling you, it's like a miracle, folks. I love it. Anyway, and I asked her to get me an extra one just because I didn't feel 100%. Still, I'm a little bit under, so maybe I could use one more. Anyway, hold on one second. All right. One moment, guys. Give me a second here. Both of these cases, though, I believe were really interesting, and that's why it was
Yeah, they are.
super hard to choose. And I'm like, you know,
I've followed the Jameson case since the beginning. That one has always gotten to me. And then when the remains were found and there was no gun found there, because in the beginning, I was like everyone else. I thought it was a murder-suicide. But when the remains were found and there was no weapon found with the remains, I took that off the table.
Oh, yeah. 100%. And then, you know, hearing the other side of that too, where they're talking about the house being haunted and she's into witchcraft and doing this and that other side of it too, it added a little extra weird to it, in my opinion. They obviously, and I hate to say this, you know, but we're not in the right mind per se in some senses.
Well, if she was off her meds, yeah, definitely.
That's what I mean. So even if one of them in the relationship is doing that, you know, he's dealing with taking pain meds because he's in chronic pain. She's taking medication for bipolar, not taking the medication. You mix it was a bad situation.
Wow, yeah.
Everything was bad. So let's see here. Okay, hold on. That's all right. I don't do this on every show, but I've kind of become addicted to these, and I love to make you guys laugh. So we're gonna have a little laughter to end this today. I'd usually do it on the off day shows, but I'm throwing this in here just because these are hilarious to me. Plus, it never hurts to laugh a little.
Right.
I appreciate all you guys joining us today. Arctic, you for joining me up here. Mama Bear, of course. Very happy to have you both. And let's see what we have today.
Look, I have to fart. How many are in you? A buttload of farts. The most powerful fart in the world. Don't look at me like that. Last night's dinner was tasteless. We'll have to find better couscous.
Can I have the Wi-Fi?
Ah! I won't let you use the password.
Oh, please. Text it to me.
It's on the fridge.
May I suggest eating a waffle?
Yeah! I want to eat my pancakes from my own Waffle House.
I hate cats. They're hard to chew.
Where's he from?
He never said anything. I was born on the beach of France.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
Your French is revolting, you puss in boots.
Dude, that is not cool.
Hello? That proper stank.
And cold. And I don't shower.
What?
And ducks that walk too fast are irresistible.
How much longer do I have to listen for?
We have to start looking cool.
Well, I suppose I better go buy some board shorts.
You're awesome. My hands, they thank you. Now dance like there's no one home.
I wish my mum called me Larry. That would have been really cool.
Hang on. I think these are amazing. I love them. Hold on. Oh, where'd it go? Hang on. Hang on. Oh, raw. Here we go.
Protecting the red, white, and blue, and even some non-Americans too. God bless them redneck Avengers.
Previously on Redneck Avengers.
I heard your sister made out with Lee Murphy under the bridge. Guys, these nachos are spicy. Look at my pajamas, they're fancy. Well, mine are leather.
The people at my school want to do stuff like ice sculpting.
Oh,
Dang it, Percy.
I don't feel good.
Told you it was them donuts. It was too many. Listen, you got your sweat on my knife. Now I want you to have it. And why aren't you looking at me?
I don't want your dang knife.
Quit your fussing. I'm trying to help you. Percy?
He's right. Don't you like pig? I do, but if that's pig, I'm a baboon. Hey, you said it, not me. Get up here and listen to me. I need to go poop. You can't. Hey, you have been texting Rachel adorable emojis and it's creepy. Call Violet. Hey, guess what?
Did you burp in my face again?
Nuh-uh.
Okay. Try to figure out what voice I'm doing.
Use the force, Han.
Yoda, I think, is cute.
Here we go.
Trisha, I think I'm in love.
Say what?
And even though you and me are family, who says that we can't?
Well, hello, Miss Vicky. It's been a minute. Wonderful to see you. I've seen you were live. I thought I'd stop and say, hey, I hope all is well. And you as well, my dear. Thank you so much for doing that. We appreciate you. It's wonderful to see you. It's been a while. Please stop by more often if you can. Appreciate that.
Can't be together. I say. She likes you? Yeah.
You seen her tattoo?
Yep.
You got a kazoo?
Yeah.
Man, this is crappy.
Yeah. Well, then when are you gonna eat your carrots? Well, no, man, I wanna eat them, but like, see what happened, man? She got into my stash. She breaks into my room and stuff. I mean, no. Eat your supper, okay? It was just this one time, Bob.
Hey, you see my beef jerky?
I did not use it. I'm out of water for its flavor.
Listen, man, I didn't step on your dang glow sticks.
Hey, do you get your grandma to lift weights?
She's kind of small.
It sounds like you're disappointed.
Because she's disappointing.
Grandmas can't do things like that. You really want her legs to be impressive? I mean, she's basically spaghetti.
That's how you sound. You know, I ain't supposed to be in here. See, my daddy doesn't want me to flirt with you. But I want to.
Was that right?
So we should go to the old bridge, get to know each other.
Yeah? Well, what about little buddy Sweeney?
He and I squabble now.
Well, I guess so, since you ran over his horse. Oh, yes, darling. Little buddy told me everything. Like how you like your chicken strip on the underside of the bread. What are you thinking? Because you gonna get me some Skittles, cigarettes, and a big pouch of Big League Chew.
On the next Redneck Avengers. Hey, what you guys doing out here?
Probably just more hide and go seek.
I wish I would have known.
Nah, you can't seek worth a dang. You remember why I love you?
My donkey feet.
That's right, and your Beanie Baby collection.
Hold this for me.
Little boy, this ain't even one of them books I want to read.
Then you should burn it, I guess.
Yeah, now I might have to pick you up and spit all on your forehead.
Of course you're drinking. I'm bored, Hank. No, I don't have my bestest wig on.
I know something about Jeff.
Don't tell him why I want to buy a coffin.
Protecting the red, white, and blue. And
Oh shit! Oh my! Oh wait a minute! Hold on.
Gotta do one more.
One sec. 1 second, and I promise we'll be done. I couldn't leave without this one being seen too, because this one is just, sorry. These are so funny to me though.
Oh no.
you think you're black? I'm black, yeah. Brother, you got skin like an English kid. Well, I don't like coffee, but you eat a bagel.
Hey, you know what animals I like? Sharks and skunks.
That's great.
Listen, you pretty redneck. I'm taking your banjo.
Come on, don't. That's not cool. He needs his banjo for the talent show.
There, all I have is a guitar. You get a banjo?
You ready, or do you need something else before you start?
My lips are so sore already.
I know.
Dumb potato basket.
A woman thug stole my banjo. You have a new one?
Got cheetah candy. It's pretty gross. Now I gotta poo again.
No, you just went.
Oh, yeah. Oh, kitty. Oh, you're bleeding on me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A friend of mine got a foot, and it's juicy.
What the hell are you talking about?
You know, fish can hear you thinking just before you sneeze.
What?
Choppy chop chop. What's choppy chop chop?
Yeah. Hey. coughed.
Understand? Hey, I just heard that.
Excuse me. I broke wind.
Do you have bologna and the fish sticks? That's just great. I know what it takes to make you hot.
Whoa.
I need a man that can decorate and mix my brew.
Whoa.
I'll wash the dog, but you're washing the laundry.
No, I'm not gonna be your sexy beef friend.
Oh, yeah? Say,
Knock, knock.
who's there?
Why don't you zip it?
Cheesy bird mess. What'd you just say? I have a cheesy bird mess? Dreet.
Uh-oh.
He said dreet, and I'm about to freak out. I just can't whoop him. Yeah. I farted on you when you put banana peppers in the Wheaties. Hey, Mark.
You remember that costume party? You went as a penguin and I went as a pink shark. Did you notice the teeth? Because everybody else told me I was neat. The tiny clown, he got wet. I was talking to a psychic. And I can't sleep in the ozone. There's too many different peanuts looking sad.
I would like to go now.
Candy canes will wreck y'all's bowels. You got a problem. I want a brown girl.
Hey,
she's
I'm
so
standing
white
right
and
here.
not exotic.
Kevin, go
I want
away.
another one.
Jeez, he's a spaz.
I just peed.
You gross. Guess what? I just ate a hot dog.
Yeah. Hey, Poppy. Oh, you just like me for my weed. Yeah, I'll admit it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let's get to it. We're on Broadway. I once knew a kid, his tongue fell off in his sleep. La bibbidi bibby dum, what? La bibbidi bibby doo. This is a violet. No, it isn't. Well, it could be a flower. The other night, there was this movie that was all about gardens called Bloody Shrimp. You got a problem? Yeah. I just found out that we missed Halloween. I always wanted a Wookiee, and I found out they weren't real. Thanks for nothing, George Lucas. La bibbidi bibby dum, la bibbidi bibby doo, la bibbidi bibby dum. Getting old, la bibbidi bibby doo. More, la bibbidi bibby dum. On stop it, la bibbidi doo. You're like a dope thief. Cluck went the chicken. That's how they do it on Broadway. Hey.
God.
Wow.
All right, I promise you that's the last one for today. But I couldn't help it. We got more to come throughout the days, though. I got a whole bunch that I found, and these
Oh, I bet.
are so funny. Like some of them are. These ones weren't even that good. They were funny, but they weren't the best. But there's so many of them. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy those. They make for a good laugh and good way to end the show. So thank you guys for joining us today. Mama Bear, thank you again. Arctic, thank you again. Appreciate you both. Everybody in chat, as always, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate you guys very, very much for being here. And I'm not going to say a word about later tonight or not. Because I'm afraid every time I do that I jinx myself. It is Valentine's Day. I have to see what the boss lady has planned. And if I do, it might be later. But I'm going to do this and not say a word. So everybody else, if I don't, have a wonderful rest of your day. I appreciate everybody wishing me well and to feel better. Appreciate that very much. And if not, I will see you guys tomorrow. After the rest of you guys, if I don't, have a great Valentine's Day. If you are doing something, if not, even if you're just by yourself, do something good for yourself or nice for yourself. The rest of you have a wonderful rest of your day if you're not. Much love to everybody. God bless, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Happy Valentine's.
On the screen, typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, is streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every